very, very bad. And I saw the kind of the smirks of many academics who were saying it only sold 700 copies. I've never sold a book of 700 copies.
Really?
This is extraordinary that actually you're reaching these publics. So let's embrace those publics. And I know that, and I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, because I know that almost everyone in this room will be doing something, some kind of public outreach activities. I'm not trying to say that we're not doing it. I'm probably doing the least, in fact. But I know that Rob does a Twitter conference, which is the most extraordinarily brilliant idea to bring people in to talk about Twitter and games. So no, I don't think we're not doing enough. I think we're doing lots. I think there's space to be more creative, more free. Let's try it.
Let's just do it. Anyone got anything else? Any other questions? Fab. Well, thank you so much, Andrew.
Thank you so much.
That was brilliant. Oh, sorry.
Is it working, David?
Well, yeah, thanks, Andrew. That was very generous and kind of preempted my question, but how can we do more? What activities are most effective? Should we be going for large audiences, or should we be going for greater impact with smaller groups? Have you got any convenient examples that you can share with the audience?
Excellent. Great. I love that you call me out on that one. Well, for one, and I don't think I'm alone, I'm a little bit tired of being told that we need to do more public engagement, we need to tell better stories. And I know that argument comes from a good place, right? But we do try. But if you've ever tried to kind of make a YouTube video, you've got to teach yourself editing, right? You've got to figure out what you're going to say. You've got to figure out to whom you're talking and so on. But I would say that actually, I would suggest that we try and avoid looking at these big, great elements. Oh, we could do this, but we'd need Arts Council funding for this, and we'd need an intern for this. And actually, a small, scrappy element can often be the most useful way of starting up. The Public Medievalist, for instance, started as a WordPress site and has now blown up into being, quite a widely consulted source. Not without its problems, but a widely consulted source. Any other questions?
Free to
Thank
leave.
you. I'm off the hook. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So as John mentioned, this morning we're going to be looking at the medieval past really kind of through the lens of the ruins themselves and really having a focus within heritage. And so our first speaker is Dr. Will Wyeth, who is a properties historian at English Heritage, specialising in castles and their landscapes. He's primarily interested in space, buildings, people and society in the 11th to 14th century, medieval England and Scotland. So when you're ready.
Sorry, folks, I haven't actually turned on my laptop. I'm a bit slow this morning. Pointer, that should be okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do. Sorry, yeah. Can I plug it in here? Is that? I've not actually got a USB. Should I plug in my laptop?
You could do either.
I'll just plug in the laptop. Yeah, HDMI, yeah. That's it, good to go.
Yes, but I think the people on Zoom cannot see that.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to transfer to the via USB, but I've not got one. Yeah. Okay. I think everyone in the room can see the slides. Yes, those on Zoom, I'm sorry, but owing to my not having a USB stick, the presentation won't be visible to you, but I'm very happy to share the slides afterwards if anything isn't clear. Well, hello everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm here to talk about some of the challenges of presenting a medieval past as I've encountered them in my role as a properties historian at English Heritage, For those of you who aren't familiar with the organisation, English Heritage, or EH, is a charity which cares for hundreds of properties and monuments across England which vary in their antiquity and their extent. My expertise is in castles and their landscapes, but I'm also interested in buildings as well as kind of systems thinking, which is a way of thinking about relations and processes in a bigger picture, whether that extends to buildings or to people. In terms of speaking to the theme of the symposium, I'll outline some of the media through which we, that's I and EH, curate the medieval past, and outline a key interpretive approach with some examples, as well as end with some critical reflections, which I hope will speak to some of the themes that Andrew actually talked about. For most of the sites I work on, whether paid or free to enter, the main interpretive medium is information panels or interpretation boards. In this case, on the screen, at Richmond Castle, aspects of the medieval past are co-opted into a light-hearted theatrical task for one of the site panels. Visitors are invited to take pieces of the castle story and craft an entertaining vignette. Those of you who can't see, or just to describe, the panel contains 3 circles around which are arrayed various tasks and various personalities, and visitors are invited to put a piece of wood onto a pinwheel, spin it, and they are then instructed to, in the case on the screen, you are the keeper of candles who must say a poem about what happened when the bear escaped and ended up in your room. This is all informed by evidence from the castle. Another medium of interpretation is publications, chiefly guidebooks and their members' magazine. I haven't written a guidebook yet, but I have made edits to several as stock numbers dwindle, including for Broome Castle in Cumbria, shown here. I was asked by an EH guidebooks editor to see if there was any connections between the legacies of slavery and Broome Castle, which at first sight seemed unlikely. In the mid-19th century, Charles Henry Foster Barham undertook repairs to the castle, and his family is known to have held estates in Jamaica in the early part of the century. My research resulted in precisely 2 new sentences in the guidebook, drawing on the financials in the top table of the slide, which illustrate the income from Charles Henry Foster Barham's estates in Jamaica, Pembrokeshire, and Kirby Thorpe. It's apparent that Barham's wealth, connections, and privileged social position drew from the legacies of the slave trade, even though the repairs that he undertook at Broome were enacted over a decade after the 1833 Act to abolish the slave trade in the British Empire. Although this is but a small amendment, the research will be fleshed out when a new edition of the guidebook is published. In audio interpretation, podcasts and site-based audio guides form a further body of interpretive material. The offer here is quite different, however. Audio guides tend to be favoured by a visitor who is interested in detail and nuanced interpretation of a given site. By contrast, podcasts are universally available and often speak to themes rather than sites, for example, medieval feasting. Most recently, I worked with Professor Cordelia Beattie and Dr. Joe Edge of Edinburgh University on a podcast on the biography of one writer, Alice Thornton, who briefly resided at Midlam Castle, an EH property in North Yorkshire during the 17th century Civil War. As I hope it's clear from the viewing figures, there is clearly an appetite for lesser told stories. The additional caveat here is that the first 2 podcasts listed, which talk about medieval themes around feasting and general knowledge of castles, have about 9,000 to 10,000 listens, whereas the podcast on Alice Thornton is 12.5, and the medieval ones have been up for a year longer. So I expect that the Alice Thornton story will grow and grow. Lastly, properties historians like me contribute towards academic research in their own specialism. Thus, we participate in scholarly conferences, in seminars, publish papers, apply for funding for projects, and offer collegial support in research agendas, grant assessments, and peer review, amongst others. The dialogue goes 2 ways. We're also keen to bring in new research, new ideas, new insight into what we do. There are further ways in which the historian can influence how we present the past within EH, for example, through contributions to digital content, oversight of education materials, where they require my expertise, and site visits to members' events, as well as supporting volunteer efforts, which is a growing area of our role. That was a short run through of the many ways in which the historian can influence and shape the interpretation of the medieval past through the media we have at our disposal. I want to talk a little bit about the challenges from my personal perspective, and these are grouped here as expectations and priorities. Generally, we like to think of 4 key stakeholders to curating the past: the visitors to EH sites, which are both paid for and free to enter. So in some sense, it's actually the wider public. Is the first, communities in which sites are located, EH itself, and the researcher, that's me. Much of my workload is on projects to reinterpret a specific castle. And the historian is just one part of that project workflow. They are a subject specialist. There are others on the team as well, other subject specialists relating, for example, for the care and conservation of buildings and buried archaeology, landscapes, interiors, and collections. There are experts also in learning and education, in access, in marketing, in outreach, in finance, in site stewardship. And there are also experts in managing projects and managing experts. Not all of these people are involved in the editing of text on an interpretation panel, but the text is very much a product of processes in which they have played a role. So what do visitors expect when coming to a castle? What is their hierarchy of priorities? Basically, to have a nice time. They also generally want toilets, a car park, a shop, to be entertained and to learn something. When visiting castles specifically, I'm loath to assume in the presence of experts on the specific matter what visitors will expect, but some experience and internal data suggests that they want to learn about who lived in the castle and about how bits of the castle worked. They may also want to hear about boiling oil and murder holes, or about archaic sanitation and nightly tournaments, or about murderous nobles and raucous feasting. Different visitor profiles, as outlined here, direct different expectations and priorities. So for those of you who can't see, 4 general visitor profiles are those who are oriented towards family fun, who are individualist explorers, who are visitors who seek the novelty of the experience as the main drive for visiting sites, and those who are detail-oriented. The community's expectation can be unsurprisingly very varied, but some things are in common: a desire to see the site cared for and valued by both the community and visitors from further afield. The organisation and the project team can expect the visit to a castle to be exciting. They want to meet the expectations of the visitor, but also surpass them. The organisation and the project team enter into a project assuming that visitors want to be challenged as well as entertained, and that they will delight in the curious facts of medieval life, and in hearing about stories from below, which are generally excluded from earlier heritage accounts of the past. For castles specifically, previous interpretations can err on the side of the severely underpopulated, or more commonly, its focus is martial and male, which castle scholarship tells us is inauthentic, speaking of authenticity, inaccurate and improbable. A handy device for reflection is considering whether the current narrative of a given site passes the Bechdel test or its heritage version, the Jaffe-Humphreys test. Here is an example which I've crafted for 2 recent EH guidebooks on castles, which tracks mentions of men and women. This draws on a case study by Stefan Sagrot of Historic Environment Scotland, published in the article at the bottom of the slide by Karen Dempsey et al. In the spirit of critical reflection, I've also added the same exercise for this talk, just to give you a sense of how that distribution might work. Importantly, the messages we tell at sites and beyond through all our media must be intelligible and relatable, or else it has limited value. In many cases, this means the messages must literally be short. 70 words for an introductory block of text and no more than 150 for anything more detailed. That's the frame in which we're generally working when it comes to writing. A further significant addendum to institutional priorities is perhaps identifiably as principled, but no less political: how it chooses to spend its money. As a charity in the process of developing autonomy from a block grant of funding from government, EH must invest in order to yield a return, which sustains its mission and priorities. For the kinds of properties that I research, this means that it is sometimes not possible to install an electric circuit through the site to facilitate a new technology. Elsewhere, it might mean that tablets or headsets as a core element of interpretation are financially unfeasible. This isn't just about technology. It informs the choice of panel size and position, the kinds of cabinets used to house collections, and whether the interpretation requires things as prosaic as pencil and paper, which requires a budget, which requires long-term maintenance. These considerations are above the expertise of the humble historian, but as I work on a project with experts with this kind of expertise, the conversation around the curatorship of the past is undeniably crafted by these considerations. Lastly, there is the researcher. We have a code of ethics in terms of representing the past, our own research interests, as well as our ideas about what should be prioritized in terms of telling stories about the past. We want to tell a credible and defensible interpretation to our visitors as well as to our peers in research. We are keen to reflect developments in the field because the consensus is rarely fixed. We're also people. Our biases inform all of the above, and our privilege directs our instincts. Again, there isn't a specific internal EH code which informs how the researcher behaves, but I find the NCPH code of conduct and ethics, which is on the screen here, quite useful, though. This is from the States and is directed towards public history in that part of the world, which is more of a commercial enterprise than we might understand public history in the UK. So, meeting the challenges. There are several which I've already referred to, but I'll draw them together before moving on to how I've addressed them in my own practice. In no particular order, the challenges are to tell an intelligible and relatable story, to meet and exceed visitor expectations, to bring communities into the conversation, to tell stories that haven't been told as much before, to be faithful to and to give an accurate interpretation of the evidence, to bring my expertise to bear and to speak to the present state of research in the field, and finally to speak to institutional priorities and ambitions. The approach that I've taken to meeting these challenges is one which centres people in the past. This means both people's past and present. At the beginning of my time at EH, this has been less of a conscious effort and more of a response to the requirements outlined above, combined with my having experience of this kind of approach as part of my PhD. In all interpretation projects I've worked on, it is an individual's biography which has acted as a lens through which all of the evidence and expectations and priorities are met, or that's the idea. This centering of people has the advantage of making the community of the castle a core and indispensable part of the curated presentation of the past. This is my own approach, and it is not an EH mandated methodology. As I said before, at the end of the talk, I'll outline some of the weaknesses I've identified, but now I want to share some examples and explain the rationale. I've tried to capture this person-centric ambition through many aspects of interpretation media discussed above. Take, for example, reconstruction images, of which there is one on the screen now. These are such a popular and accessible medium to represent a scene, a view, an aspect of castle life which is otherwise demonstrable only through thousands of words of text. Here is one of the first pieces of reconstruction I worked on of Richmond Castle in North Yorkshire. There are hundreds of choices and decisions to make when working with an artist to create reconstruction images, not in the least of which the choice of artist and the choice of medium. But a key concern for me was that the view which was being presented as related to the visitor looking at the piece. Thus, an aerial view such as the one that's on the screen just now, while entertaining and informative, is also not entirely relatable. No one could have seen this view in the medieval past, and it has little bearing on the castle, which is accessible at the present because it lacks a whacking great 12th century keep, which is right at the front gate. For visitors unfamiliar with the site, it's also a little confusing because several buildings which stand at the castle today don't exist in this reconstruction, so the view doesn't necessarily aid orientation. For a closer, more detailed reconstruction, here part of Richmond's ancient Great Hall, the view presented is also unrealistic in the sense that one cannot see through walls. But the view shed is to a human scale. The position of the panel, the interpretation panel which bears this reconstruction, is oriented to closely mirror the perspective of the reconstruction. In this simple way, the visitor's view echoes a medieval view, and the messages about these buildings, their architecture and archaeology, and the castle community becomes more relatable and accessible by being implicit. The boundary between the past and the present is made thin. We know that the evidence and detail available for the biographies of women per se in the medieval era is woeful, and in fact the same can be said for most men and children as well. By focusing attention less on the evidence on its own, and instead looking at the person as someone with emotions, personality and motives, as well as what little we know about them, we bring a greater relatability and human warmth to the presentation of the past. For example, at Sherborne Old Castle, we encounter Matilda of Ramsbury, who is in the lower part of the panel shown on the screen. She was an early 12th century English noble, poorly attested, who was in a relationship, though not married to, Roger of Sarum, who built Sherborne Old Castle. Matilda was not mentioned in previous site panels, nor in the more extensive guidebook. Her relationship with Roger and the fact that they had children was all the more interesting because Roger was a bishop. Matilda was likely a very wealthy inheritor of lands around Sherborne, As our site interpretation was directed towards a visitor profile which favoured a family-friendly feel, there wasn't space for this kind of detailed discussion, which is frustrating. But given that we can reasonably infer Matilda spent time at Sherborne, it's a small victory that we have her on the site. More generally, I've tried to tie together the person and the place. And the place is kind of the central unique quality of visiting an historic property. The being in the place for me is a decisive factor in how we think about curating the past. This attempt to tie person and place is apparent from the stories of several figures whose lives are shared at Richmond Castle. We have Spernellus the Bear Ward, the Osarius, attested in a mid-13th century document who very likely maintained Ursine entertainment at the castle. We meet Spernellus in the cockpit garden. That was the first panel I showed you, which is a secluded part of the castle, which may originally have been a garden given over to entertainment, perhaps. From the same era as Spernellus, we have Emena, who lived in Richmond town and kept the lord's horses and hounds and carried their wine to the hunting grounds to the west of the castle. Her story is difficult to place within the castle because she lived in the town. So we meet her at the top of the keep, where its elevation gives us a glimpse of the western uplands of Swaledale, where she worked, as well as the town in which she lived. I'm also keen to capture some of the complex systems of the medieval castle. A simple way to present the castle household, one such system is through the graphic, again at Richmond Castle, which draws on research of castle households in a general sense and material speaking specifically to the castle. So, for example, we can assume that most great households like Richmond had a clerk of the kitchen, which you can see on the right, a detail of this wider graphic. But we also know that Richmond Castle specifically had a herald to the King of Scots, which the Earl of Richmond maintained in one of their capacities as a regional magnate. So it kind of combines the two. We wanted to capture the sheer number of people who were connected to the castle. This graphic is tied with a small amount of castle collections material, which attempts to mirror the castle hierarchy. In this way, there is a dialogue between biographies, material culture, and a system of organization, which is really interesting. It is relatable in the detail. For example, we have essentially an accountant and a manager alongside cups and jugs and keys, which we would recognize, but the wider image is quite alien. For example, the presence of a bear ward. That interplay between familiar and strange is one I'm keen to foster, as I think it prompts conversations and reflections in visitors which get to an aspect of castle life which is really interesting, as well as addressing the construction of knowledge. An addendum to this panel addresses the question, where are all the women? Because if we're going to use works which talk about Richmond's household specifically and castle households generally, we find that there are no women, but that's simply not possible. I want to add that this whole arrangement, this whole scheme, was very much the final product of a process of planning and dialogue with fellow subject experts in collections and experts in the presentation and interpretation of the past, amongst others. The project I'm currently working on Warkworth Castle in Northumberland, is very much a development of these themes. We have a retinue of historical figures, but rather than being spread across the castle's history, they are confined to a period of between 50 to 80 years of each other. Rather than tie them to specific spaces within the castle, for example, Emena was tied to the keep or Spernellus to the cockpit garden, we are associating them with routes through the castle over the course of a given 30 minutes or so. These people and their routes are tied in turn to historic events within their lifetime, or as close as we can reasonably infer. And rather than talk about these figures, they will talk for themselves. As the project is still underway, I can't give very much detail, but I want to share one biography, and that's John Del Wardrobe. Good surname. To start with the detectable facts, we know about John from two discrete references. In 1382, he was a new father. He attested to the birth of a local gentry figure's daughter and was a witness to that birth. And in 1418, he was approaching the end of his working life. I can explain the evidence if that's handy. There are around 36 years between these two references. Given that both refer to a person who was living in Warkworth called John with the same byname, Wardrobe, I have assumed that the references are to the same person. So in this way, John was in his 20s or 30s in the 1380s, and consequently in his 50s or 60s in the late 1410s. Warkworth Castle was the home to the Percy family, who in the late 14th and early 15th centuries were important, that's kind of putting it as an understatement, an important family in the national political scene, and very much the leading family of the north of England for much of the late medieval period, unless you're a Neville. The Great Tower of Warkworth is, to my mind, one of the finest castle buildings in the world. I won't fight you, but I'll argue a case if you'd like. The Percy connection, it's important, the Percy connection is a big draw for visitors to Warkworth, and it is also prized by the local community. In the early years of the 15th century, the first Earl was involved in an outrageous plot to remove Henry IV from the throne of England and claim rulership of a third of the kingdom for himself. The creation of the tripartite indenture, the 1405 document which attests to this plot, is at the core of John Del Wardrope's story through the castle, from its great tower to the chamber in the bailey. Over the course of several stops at places he would have frequented as an officer of the wardrobe, John discloses aspects of his role in the castle, his personality, and his understanding of what is going on in national politics. We've taken the few facts about his life and crafted a narrative of speech, grammar, expressions, details about his life and his role in the castle, as well as a narrative tie-in between the big political events and his route through the space. This is again a process of collaborative effort between the historian and a creative writer employed through our contracted interpretation partners for the Warkworth project, a company called Wignall and Moore. Now, the terminus of the journey through the castle is a small, semi-concealed and finely crafted sculptural intervention which captures the essence of John as a person from the past, his place in the castle, and the heady political events of the day. If you want to see what it looks like, for those of you who can't see the slide, I'm not telling you what it looks like. You'll have to come to Warkworth next summer when the project is complete. This intertwined methodology of an historic figure of their place within a historic space and a specific event within their lifetime is intended to capture the complexity and nuance of the evidence at hand, as well as of people and their times. It's also fun to find a hidden sculpture. There will be several such routes through the castle following a specific itinerary and concerning quite different figures preoccupied with historically attested events, some tragic, others joyful, others quite mundane. We're trying to create a space in the present where the experience of the medieval past is anchored in universal emotions, happiness or sadness, for example, but twinned with aspects of the past which are less relatable today, such as the daily, a life structured around daily religious observances, for example, the terrors of warfare or the rigorous strictures of class. Other interventions in the castle, whilst respecting its rich fabric, will enhance the experience of visitors with physical access requirements not currently met on site. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to note some limitations to this approach, which are drawn from my observations. I maintain, I think, the biographical approach is the best one for the sites I've worked on, but inevitably each site presents its challenges, and each must be met according to the requirements I mentioned earlier. I came to think of buildings from the perspective of biography during my PhD, I should say, though it is not a new idea. The approach provided the clearest way to bring together a wide array of evidence in a holistic fashion. It was effectively a borrowed approach, one that one of my PhD supervisors had in turn taken to explain aspects of medieval society in a region of medieval Scotland, which included castles as part of the interpretation. Neither their nor my approach to rationalizing different kinds of evidence through the lens of the biographical was consciously theoretical in its outlook, but it is apparent now to me that at least underlying part of this interpretation was the work of the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu. Interlocking concepts like capitals, whence we have the term in circulation today, cultural capitals, field and habitus are useful ways of understanding behaviors and attitudes and the decisions people make and have made over the course of their lives, even if these sociological concepts are largely used as a point of departure for the interpretation or as a prompt for reflection rather than in the systematic way that Bourdieu used them himself. For example, habitus is very useful because we can sketch an individual's or a group's habitus or structure of behaviors. By doing so, we can infer aspects of their reactions to scenarios we craft in a heritage narrative because of the ways in which Bourdieu argues habitus is both structured and structuring. Individuals live within a structure as well as perpetuate that structure, its rules and behaviors and outlooks. Although I favoured the approach of centering the individual past or present as the lens through which the curated past is explored, it does have some deficiencies. By necessity, our construction of of a narrative and voice for people like John Del Wardrobe involves drawing upon a wider body of evidence than that which pertains just to John. As I've said, we know very little about him. This on the screen is a pie chart which represents two pieces of evidence, one that is titled known and one that is unknown. And the slice that is known is about 1% of the pie chart, and the unknown is everything else. And this is a hypothetical way of representing what we know about someone like John Del Wardrobe. The process of supplementary organisation is one which is fraught with hazards. Firstly, in filling the blanks about John's life beyond what we know, I am at risk of assuming a lot. For example, we think he served for a long time in the Percy household, so we assume he was fairly happy there. We know the second Earl sought a place for him among the Prior of Durham's accommodation in John's twilight years, so we assume John was well liked, or that the Earl felt duty-bound by social convention or personal fidelity, or both, to look after John. We might impose a reading of the past which has been constructed as to frame happy service and cordial relations between those who are served and those who serve as being the norm. While I appreciate it's conceptually excusable to infer aspects of John's attitude to his employers in his 30+ years of service, what I find more challenging is what we put in its place in order that we might introduce to visitors a relatable, full and nuanced person. Ultimately, the curatorial process involves making split decisions, which can perpetuate, as I've outlined above, some of the suspect assumptions around, in this case, happy service and personal relations. I find this especially difficult because our ambition in using John's voice is to speak to stories from below, when in fact we may be repackaging stories from above. Here, heritage can be a celebration rather than investigation, and that's a risk. The process of curating the medieval past inevitably involves reflection upon the decisions we make about the unknowns in our field. There are instances when this is acute. Time and deadlines compel us to act on instincts which are not always best placed to offer a critical view of the past. Popular medievalisms, as Young outlines here in this quote on the screen, are pervasive and powerful. The bedrock of stock characters from various entertainment media, the grizzled warrior, the haughty teen, the pious countess, have shaped the instincts of both experts and visitors alike. And I was just thinking about this morning. This isn't just about medievalisms. Visitors who come to the board at Richmond that speaks about the structure of the castle household will be influenced by the country house-isms of shows like Downton Abbey, which frame this structure of a household not in a medieval world, but which is their point of departure for exploring it. As a result, I'm conscious of striving to frame a heritage narrative in a way which challenges visitors to reflect upon issues of contemporary resonance, on race, class, gender, sexuality, among others. In a different way, but with some interesting parallels, this is a critique levelled at the practice of prosopography, which draws on similar methods that I have done to construct people like John, and its positivist origins. Smythe, in critiquing approaches to prosopography, argued that its proponents risked assuming that the data gathering, the character building, the milieu rendering was the end product of their work. In a way, the risk of person-centric interpretations of the past is that its authors imagine that their good work is taken as the end product by visitors and by stakeholders. With what Smythe calls the fetishization of facts, we risk washing out the nuance and texture of life. In response, for the project at Warkworth, we've attempted to use creative writing and artistic interventions in the form of sculptures to enhance the experience of the past, rather than to affirm points of fact-based narrative. The interventions are not intended to replicate past objects, but rather they capture what I have called within the project the combined charisma of people, place, and events. Each element which underpins the interventions is informed by evidence, but the sum, the total, is a creative, fun, and explorative endeavour, which deals with serious themes as well, which makes the past both relatable and alien. The conservatism of capital H heritage narratives of the past is not down to individuals alone, as I hope I've made clear. The same can be said of progressive and innovative ways of presenting the past as we see today. I hope I've made the case for one approach, centering biographies, though not without its faults, addresses some of the problems which previous presentations of the medieval past have struggled with at castles. Thank you.
So much, Will. That was really, really interesting. Before I open up to questions, I'm just going to take the opportunity to ask one myself. You talk a lot about kind of you know, the challenge of having to make up some of that biography when, you know, what we only know is really, really small.
Yeah.
And that is such a challenge, isn't it? In curatorial, it's really difficult. And I just wondered how you kind of reconcile that.
Well, I mean, the way of constructing, for example, to craft a figure like John Dale Wardrobe, it's impossible. We can't retrieve him.
Yeah.
All we know is that we know these two fragments of evidence which come from sources that aren't for him. So therefore, in a way, we're not trying to resurrect John. We are explicitly creating an impression of this figure, because from my perspective, the most important thing to take away from John is what he was like, not who John was. We're painting a picture. We are doing the rings of power. We're doing the Lord of the Rings. We are. The main takeaway that we want from visitors is for there to be an emotional kind of connection, reaction to that, because that's what we think is a powerful way of accessing the medieval past and creating a version of it for visitors, which is relatable but is also alien and strange, and we want to kind of combine those two. So I think for Warkworth, the creative interventions, both for using a creative writer to craft someone's identity, as well as the sculptures, is one way that we're trying to do it. I know it's not a new way, and there are other ways, but we find for a site like Warkworth, where the fabric of the buildings is so impressive and so striking, and people love just to go to the castle, even though there isn't any information boards there at the moment. We want to discreetly have people in the castle, and so that's the route that we've taken.
Thank you. Open it up for more questions.
Son? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. I had a question about that fascinating graph of relations, all of the people involved in the castle. And you said it was next to a display which had the objects as well.
Yeah.
And I just wondered about, are those objects which were attached to the site, have they been brought in? Were the objects also directing the narrative in some way? How did you kind of balance people and things, I guess?
So on the screen is the panel which combines this kind of dendric depiction of a castle household, running from the family at the top to various officials who manage their affairs down to the scullions and so on. And just to the right is some of the material culture, which is arrayed in a horizontal fashion to speak to that hierarchy. All of these objects are from the castle. And some castles have a huge amount of material culture, some have very little. I think most of these objects are actually from the well, which is a very common place to find them because people chuck stuff in. Although those of you who watch Digging for Britain will know that recently there was an excavation at the castle and they found a coin of William the Conqueror, which was good for the castle, but bad for me because I just left the castle that day, so I didn't see it. So there was a dialogue to try and intermarry the structure of the household along with the material culture, but the main message that we wanted to bring was people into the space and to convey the complexity of that. And so we were kind of helped in a way because we weren't burdened with so much material culture as to muddy an impression. Other parts of material culture are dealt with in the site museum as well, so we were able to be quite careful and selective with what we could show.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Apologies having arrived late. I may have missed something significant. My particular question relates to Warkworth because I'm a person who grew up in County Durham and have visited Warkworth often. Are you also looking at ways of showing the visitors how much the castle related to the area around? I was thinking in two things. One, growing up in that area, you know, we always knew about the Scots attacking.
Of course.
And the significance of the Percys. But also I believe that Warkworth village reflects very much a Norman approach of the marketplace.
That's correct, yeah.
So presumably there was quite a lot of interaction. Your project sounds fascinating, so I may be asking you to do the impossible, but are you going to bring in aspects of how over the long period the castle to a certain extent must have become more like the manor house? Absolutely.
I mean, yes is the short answer. For some context about what's going on around the castle, a view of the castle from the south is on the screen at the moment, and in the background is a small village. It's actually laid out on the typical medieval planned village. So there is a central high street with what are called burgage plots or settlement plots that ray out from that long, thin properties which go to the river either side, because the village is confined within on three sides by the River Coker. Absolutely. Actually, this weekend I'm going to go to speak to the vicar of the church, which you can see in the background, as well as the new owner of the fortified bridge, which spans the northern edge of the town that goes across to the north side of the Coker. Fortified bridge is probably a toll collection point. I've also done work on the park, which is attached to the castle, of which a tiny portion survives. We've done some geophysics in the best surviving part of the park to try and bring together a landscape story. I'll hope with the project, it's in progress, but we hope to have some sort of tour which links interpretation points around parts of Warkworth town, church, marketplace, potentially also the park, which speak to aspects of that as well. But I mean, some of the characters are not people like John, for example, didn't necessarily live at the castle, but another character definitely didn't live at the castle, and so her story is about bringing supplies to the castle, being one of the ordinary folk who interacted with this huge space of consumption, which is what the castle was. It was a palace to consume money, people's labour and food. And so absolutely, it is the head manor place. It just happens to be enormous and connected to a very, very impressive family.
I'm wondering, I mean, you mentioned Bourdieu, and I'm wondering to what extent the imagined audience of the castle, to what extent the narrative is crafted towards an imaginary audience. I don't know if that's even possible to answer, but you will, I assume, know a great deal about who visits. But is there a sense in which you're sort of aiming to correct, cajole, or do you have a sense of?
No, I completely get the point. I'm a bit under the weather at the moment, so I had a few additions to my talk which talked about why we show the castle, why we show a castle the way that we might. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if there has been studies in the mould of what Laura Jane Smith has done for country houses, the way people respond to interpretation in those spaces compared to castles. Our mission, which is an EH-wide mission, is to meet expectations, exceed them, and confound them. One of the concerns I guess I was speaking to was what is that process about? Can we address the critique that Laura Jane Smith has of country houses? This was 15 years ago, so things have changed. But how they tend to convey a normative, conservative ideas about the social hierarchy and so on. Now they do deal with the legacies of the slave trade, but at the time they didn't. How can we in castles address some of the unhappy parts of castle history? That's where I think I have problems. Well, I have. It sticks with me that the construction of John's life, given that we have know so little about them, may be affirming the story from above because we don't know anything about him, and because from zooming from the specific to the general, it's a struggle we are anchored. Although I want to step away from facts, I was hired because I was good at looking at bits of stone and pinpointing facts. And so, my point of departure, and I think a lot of heritage institutions start from this place of wanting to address these issues, but they are built, literally anchored in these earlier thinkings, ways of thinking about the past. So I don't necessarily have an answer, but our mission is to try and confound, and we use the Percy. It's great Warkworth. The Percy connection is there, but for example, you might expect to meet Harry Hotspur. You meet him in a certain sense, but he's not at the castle. And the events that we're dealing with at the castle take place after 1403. Those of you who are familiar with the history of Harry Hotspur know that it doesn't go much beyond 1403. So there is aspects of dealing with that, dealing with the echoes of a figure. We're trying to play with that as well. Yeah.
Any other questions? Just a quick one, if that's okay.
Yeah.
It ties in with quite a lot of the things you've been saying already, but I was just wondering with the interpretation of these other characters and people's stories as kind of historical empathy kind of push, how you interpret their temperament, as it were, as an individual when you're trying to reconstruct those kind of people, how that factors in at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a similar thing. It's really difficult. You know, John worked, we think, for 30 years at the castle. Was he happy? Well, did he have a choice? He didn't have a surname, so did he have a choice? I think we've tried to create a blend. We've tried to create a palette. So we have another figure we have is a noble, but it's a teenage noble, actually more like a child on that transition period. So we've kind of projected onto this figure some modern, well, drawing on my own experience and people on the team. What is it like being a teenager in a position of stress and responsibility when the world is in chaos, for example? Or we have a figure who's recently given birth, and so we speak to some of the anxieties that we know from our world about what it was like, what it's like for people who give birth in our world today, and carry that backwards. And I know that is not a simple transaction to do, and it is fraught with problems. And carrying emotions from the present into the past is a significant. What's the word? We're aware of it, but going to the mission that we want to do about sharing the medieval past with our audience, it's kind of got like it's like the direct line to speak to people as the introductory message, to speak to relatable emotions, and then unpack it to the unfamiliar. So that's kind of, start with what is known and recognizable and is not intellectually necessarily demanding, the emotional message, and then kind of spreading out, and then also bringing in the political message, which sites like Richmond have struggled with. Partly the story of Richmond Castle is not anchored in big political events, whereas Warkworth definitely is. But yeah, we were keen to bring that temporality to it, which we struggle with in these kind of structuralist kind of takes. So.
Quick check. Any other questions?
All right, Rachel.
Gemma steps in.
I will, thanks for that. I just wanted to ask a question about the specific structure of EH, because obviously it's quite unusual in that you have resident properties historians like yourself, and how that sort of affects your relationship with the world of research. Yeah,
it's not necessarily straightforward. We see ourselves as part of a research community, much as I think people in the room will see themselves as part of that. But we are rarely invited to speak to aspects of research from the perspective of this person is an expert next. Now, once you get to know us, we like to think we're quite likable people, and speaking to audiences like this today, and to try to broaden our message and get our organisation out there is a big part of that. Yeah, it's not necessarily straightforward, I suppose, and I think one way that my role, I'm given a very free hand. Properties historians at EH are given a very free hand. We are largely, our worth is measured in our output alone, not the process. So it's a very hands-off way of curating the past, which I think, as you can see, has led to certain interesting directions. I forgot what I was going to say. But that free hand also allows us to, for example, do things like connecting with the researchers at Edinburgh University to bring in a story about an EH property. Midland Castle is most famous for its associations with Richard III. the king in the car park. But you know, I want to subvert that story. I want to introduce a new light on the site in this post-medieval life. And so the initiative is ours to bring people in. And I think from the side of HE especially, there is an appetite to do similar things, to kind of build connections. I guess it's about finding a medium. As a properties historian, I tend to be confined to site research rather than thematic research, which is, for a lot of HE in the field of castles, can be quite old-fashioned. It might be more thematic. For example, you want to look at doors or a specific shape of window, not at the doors and windows of Warkworth Castle. But we are given a free hand to try and reach out, and increasingly our work is oriented towards thematic. We're becoming more and more public historians who their day job tends to be about site projects, but we will do talks, for example, about the introduction of Christianity to England, or the stories of conscientious objectors, which is told at Richmond Castle, that reaches beyond, uses the site as a point of departure, that reaches beyond that. So my colleague Megan Leyland has led that. It's an evolving position, even in my short time at EH. The work that I do and the kind of a portion of workload has changed. There is a greater emphasis on all kinds of work that is not project work, and volunteering is a part that I talked about. That's a really interesting way of kind of, I guess, taking that enthusiasm for the medieval past, and communities care about their sites generally more than we can in an emotional sense. You know, I like Broome Castle, but it's not my castle. Whereas people at Broome care about it, it's their castle, they live there. And so embracing that enthusiasm for a site and having a conversation about the directions of research or of priorities, that's also a growing role for properties historians. So we're doing, like academics have done for longer than we have, I think, doing all sorts under the sun and having obviously no time to do it all. Yeah.
Thank you, Will. I think we haven't got any more questions actually. So,
sorry, keep on talking.
No, thank you so much. That was really nice insight into heritage and working with a practitioner.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
So our next speaker is joining us virtually. She's joining us from the States. So she's had an early start. 4:30 was when Emily started. So thank you so much for joining us. Emily Tuttle is a doctoral candidate in art history department at Florida State University and instructor and gallery director at Limestone University. Her dissertation focuses on 15th century domestic interiors in Yorkshire and utilises wills and inventories to understand collections, valuation and display of objects in the homes of differing social classes. And her talk today is called Cultural Heritage at Conisbrough Castle, Expanding Resident Narratives, Public Education and Aspects of Medieval Domestic Life for a Universal Audience.
Trying to make a screen.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can hear you, but can we try and turn up a little bit? Bear with us, Emily.
Yeah, bear with. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You speak now, Emily?
Better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Can everyone hear that?
I think we're okay.
Fab. So when you're ready, if you just want to share your screen, Emily, can you have the floor?
Absolutely. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
We'll just get on that.
Yeah, you should be able to do it now.
All right, there we go. First, I just want to thank Lindsay and John so much for working with me long distance. And
sorry, Emily, I don't think it's come through actually. Can you try sharing it again?
Yeah, hold on just a sec.
Is it that?
Hold on. Sorry. right, guys, hold on just a sec. Any better now? Are you seeing PowerPoint?
Hey,
There we go.
we're on.
Hooray! Not sure if it's me or the computer this early in the morning. I apologize.
Don't you worry. Thank you very much.
All righty. Again, thank you so much to John and Lindsay for working with me long distance, and for Andrew for getting me set up on Zoom this morning. I'm so sorry to not be with you, but it is great to be joining from across the pond. My paper for you today on Conisbrough Castle. Hold on just a sec. Let's make sure this is working. There we go. The remains of Conisbrough Castle tower above the newly constructed townhouse-style homes of a Doncaster suburban neighborhood as a lasting reminder of Yorkshire County's rich medieval history. Constructed shortly after the Norman conquest, Conisbrough Castle was home to the de Warenne family, most noted among them being the 1129 to 1202 residents Hamlin and Isabel de Warenne. The current managers of the site, English Heritage, have recalled Hamlin and Isabel's tenancy through illustrated signage, virtual projections, and a variety of archaeological finds. The ultimate goal of the provided resources is to educate visitors on the everyday lives of the 12th century residents and their roles in maintaining an estate and power in a time before our modern technological conveniences. However, expanding the narrative beyond the 12th century may better indicate the significance of this particular castle in English history, the connection between medieval domesticity and society, and stabilize a sense of ontological security for today's universal audience. I argue that minimal alterations in addition to the current programming at Conisbrough can concretize the role of the home in creating a sense of individual and national identity, as well as relay the significance of treasured and functional objects in daily life, both in the Middle Ages and for Conisbrough's engaged visitors. To best illustrate my ideas for new didactics, I first summarize the current display methodologies at Conisbrough and the chosen featured narrative. Second, I propose alterations to the current pedagogy using photos as evidence, as well as digital renderings that demonstrate how visitors will engage with the potential new materials. Lastly, I expound upon how domestic narratives at castles like Conisbrough will allow visitors to make greater connections between their own lives and those of the past, and ultimately confirm for themselves that the cultural constructs of today are deeply rooted in our history. Part 1. The history of Conisbrough Castle is outlined in only a few sources, the two most detailed being the 2015 English Heritage Guidebook and the 1988 archaeological record by Stephen Johnson. In addition to summarizing the architectural elements of Conisbrough Castle, these sources each dedicate large passages to the former residents of the site, I've listed for you here. With an array of potential histories to choose as a main narrative, that of Hamlin and Isabel was selected despite the lack of documentation on the pair. The narrative is represented in the Bailey, the renovated keep, and the adjacent gallery space. The signage in the Bailey features characters drawn in a graphic novel style fashion. Accompanying text and castle diagrams create for guests a vision of 12th century life for those whose world revolved around serving an elite household. For example, the displayed image conveys how the kitchen, now lost, would have looked, who would have been in the space, and what would have been expected by the dining elite. Through this signage, the modern visitor may connect through their own experiences in their family kitchen, through jobs and service, and in general, the process of learning societal traditions through meals. Even the illustrated pots and pans recall for the visitor objects they may associate with their own kitchen space. Perhaps most importantly, these signs shed light on life of the average person, not just the elite. While these interpretation boards have been met with mixed reviews, the aim is to appeal to all ages through a mix of historical information and familiar visualizations. Through the domicile, its residents, and its everyday objects that are illustrated on these boards, the Middle Ages is made accessible to a modern audience despite criticism towards English Heritage for directing their signage towards a non-academic audience. To complement the graphic novel style illustrations outside, the same style is used to represent characters inside the castle through animated projections. Projections of the De Warenne Stewart, Lord Hamlin, and Lady Isabel play on rotation for incoming visitors. Each projected historic figure presents their role in the castle in conjunction with an assumed personality. As the floors of the keep are relatively small, time before or after watching the projections can be used to investigate the special features of the space, for example, the chapel, the latrine, and the more detailed architectural elements. Activity tables are centrally placed in each room of the keep, each of which is equipped with an inlaid blueprint of that floor and encircled by fun facts about the space and people during the De Warenne residency. Arguably, the projections are a dignification of the Middle Ages. However, these characters make medieval daily life more approachable for school groups and families. These presentation methods may not appeal to all adults, but as such viewership is less common at Conisbrough, such an application is justifiable as the goal is to create a lasting experience for a general populace. Collectively, the educational techniques used in the keep provide audio, visual, and haptic experience that accommodate a variety of learning types. The gallery shares the building with a classroom space and gift shop. Guests are directed to enter the gallery through an opening at the far end of this shared space, allowing for a self-guided tour that recalls the earliest De Warenne residence at the entry, makes a lengthy midway stop at Hamlin and Isabel's time, and concludes with the residency of Maud Clifford, who died in 1446, at the exit. More centrally placed 3D objects allow the visitor to move from the timeline and informatics to recovered Conisbrough artifacts and replicas of the keep and bailey, furthering the domestic narrative communicated by the projected Conisbrough Stewart, Hamlin, and Isabel in the keep. The 3D model of the keep, complete with animated rooms and figures, is an especially well-chosen addition to as the actual space is not equipped to house furniture and artifacts. I argue that English Heritage has used the preserved keep and new gallery space to paint a picture of what everyday life may have been like for Hamlin and Isabel De Warenne and their household staff. I now suggest that by making minimal changes to the methodologies in place, that the domesticity of not just one era, but several can be used to convey a long history of Conisbrough Castle. Part 2. Today, I focus primarily on the didactics in the keep. With the support of the Heritage Lottery Fund in 2013, the animated historical figures were not only created, but the projectors were housed in new weatherproof boxes to ensure longevity. The aforementioned centrally placed tables were also added at this time, and collectively, the two appeal to a variety of learners and provide the desired De Warenne narrative. As these didactics are less than 10 years old, it would be fiscally irresponsible to reinvent the wheel on Conisbrough's informatics. Using the systems in place, the story of Conisbrough can be expanded and the existing emphasis on domestic everyday life continued to better demonstrate the societal importance of the home, both in the Middle Ages and today. During the 4-minute time lapse between character projections, which currently only features a countdown until the next character showing, the floor plan represented on the tabletop could be projected and household objects dropped into place. The illustration of the interior presented in the guidebook and the 3-dimensional tower in the gallery space allude to the thick wall hangings, heavy furniture, and refined display objects that would have likely been present during the De Warenne residency. While these visuals aid visitors in imagining the past, there are no labels for the objects. There's no zoomability or reference to the objects currently on display in the museum that were found during the excavations of Conisbrough. Keeping with the style of the 2-dimensional display boards, cartoon speech bubbles can provide a quick title or descriptor and date of the creation for onlookers. Even as few as 3 to 4 objects per 4-minute pause can introduce the visitor to a kind of wealth and everyday needs of the residents. A mix of ceramic wares, wooden chests or beds, tapestries, and even jewelry, all of which are recalled in the guidebook, could be presented through a photorealistic projection to help guests better visualize what the now empty space looked like for the former residents. Moreover, this addition to the projection demonstration could introduce objects from periods beyond that of the De Warenne family. Should the idea of added projection detract from the natural atmosphere of the castle, a QR code could be utilized for a web-based visualization for each floor. With renderings of the household and the domestic objects in hand, guests can better imagine the surroundings of Conisbrough's former tenants and find connections between the Yorkshire of the past and that of today. Alternatively, the existing tabletops can also be further utilized. I propose that over the existing blueprint map, acrylic slide outs be added with various representations of how the room would have looked at different historic times and tenets of the castle. I have even had a model rendered by Whitney McMakin of ISCO Designs LLC. The acrylic layers can remain clear so that as they lay over top one another, the household items are added to the space. If there is a desire for information on each historic layer, solid colored acrylics can be used in between to represent errors and provide details on the date, resident, and represented object. As the acrylic roundels are centrally placed on the existing tables, there is no cause for concern regarding their placement as a distraction from the existing embedded signage. With no possible disruption to the informatics in place, adding a feature such as this would allow for guests to envision the furniture had by not only the featured de Warren family, but the furniture of the later residents as well. English Heritage representatives Joe Savage and Will Wyeth, who just presented with us today, have emphasized in their review of Goodrich Castle that narratives celebrating women, working class peoples, and everyday life have been a success with visitors. Conisbrough does present the working class in both the Bailey signage and in the projection of the castle steward. Adding new visualizations of the objects of the home will add to the visitor pedagogy and understanding of tactile relationship to objects had by both the servants and the lord and lady in residency. As for female representation, Conisbrough recalls Isabella of Castile and Maud Clifford in addition to Isabel de Warren in the gallery timeline. The lives of these ladies are associated with their marriage marketability, scandal, and the idea that certain facets of everyday life were dull. Women's narratives are certainly linked to their role as wife and mother, but women were so much more than these titles in the Middle Ages. Since English Heritage is already adjusting their representation of women at other sites, updating the signage to recognize the power of these women at Conisbrough is perhaps not far behind. Ultimately, adding the updating and existing pedagogies will allow guests to be introduced to histories beyond that of the Normans, better recognize women in castle culture, and realize the bounty of objects once kept in castles and imagine the relationship between object and user. Part 3. English Heritage has established a clear narrative for life at Conisbrough during Isabel and Hamlin's residency. The presented narrative includes recognition of great castle construction under the Normans, a mix of working and elite peoples living in castle complexes, and alludes to the object-user relationship through signage and a handful of artifacts. What I question for visitors is if they are able to identify with aspects of medieval life based on what is presently provided. Should suggested changes to the informatics come to fruition at Conisbrough, visitors may not only see a progression of home life in the past, but find a sense of ontological security knowing that their own home life has similarities to those that came before. Scholars like Jeremy Goldberg, Roberta Gilchrist, and Anthony Giddens provide a definition of medieval domesticity and its significance in establishing self and broader identity. Overall, their scholarship on medieval the medieval domicile identifies the home as a vessel for retaining people, their necessities for living, and as a stage in which to represent their social standing and personal preferences. Goldberg states, quote, home was associated with familiarity, friendship, nurturing, and intimacy, and that domesticity focused on everyday activities, the structure of the house, and objects found therein, end quote. Based on these definitions alone, Conisbrough and informatics represent the one tendency with great accuracy. However, with only one clear representation of medieval life, whether or not that sense of continuity in living, lifestyle, and family is retained by the visitor is uncertain. Gilchrist's concept of domestic continuity is emphasized in her study of material culture, where she notes, quote, the materiality of everyday domestic life shaped the individual experience of aging and the social relations between age groups, end quote. As material goods are not a focus at Conisbrough, adding them to the pedagogy, even through digital projection or on acrylic roundels, indicates the social relations between the various medieval residents and now the present guests based on everyday objects. Giddens' definition of ontological security states that humans require a social structure in order to give them a sense of confidence about who they are in the society in which they function. With this scholarship in mind, Conisbrough meets general definitions of what should be recalled in a historic home, but might fall short in connecting the lives of one resident to the next and in turn to the modern visitor. Conisbrough Castle is a lasting reminder of a medieval past in a growing suburban area. As new houses, schools, and shops are developed in its vicinity, it is also a means of recognizing that social constructs, user-object relationships, and social hierarchy have, in many ways, remained unchanged. Representing the shared norms and domestic traditions from one era to the next establishes a sense of ontological security for the local, national, and even broader visitor to the site. By reevaluating present pedagogical practices, those in heritage management continue to stabilize for visitors that even in our ever-changing world, our identity is rooted and can always be found right at home. Thank you so much.
Emily, hopefully you heard the big round of applause. But thank
I
you
did,
so
thank
much
you.
for that. That was really, really interesting. It's good to see another castle. So we've got a couple of minutes for questions, so I'm not going to jump in and take anyone's opportunity. So has anyone got any questions for Emily? We've got Will. We're just going to hand him over the mic. Bear with.
Hi, Emily. Can you hear me?
Here.
Hi. Thank you so much for your paper. It's brilliant to see people poking holes in the age interpretation. I'm not saying that sardonically. I mean it because it's an important part of the process of improving. I didn't work on Conisbrough Castle, so whatever you say is, yeah, that's fine by me. I had a question about, I guess, have you thought about, perhaps I missed this, so forgive me, have you considered some of the limitations of kind of technology and the longevity of things like QR codes and the fact that there are certain visitors, not to EH properties, but they do like to steal things and break things. This is not my area of expertise, but this is the kind of thing that I try to suggest these cool kind of interesting interventions, and then I get told that, yeah, French school kids like to pinch things. So I just wondered if you've given any thought to that. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for asking. As far as QR codes, I'm always happy to recommend them because I think, for the most part, especially after the pandemic, everybody knows how to use a QR code. With that being said, when I visited this past summer, I did not have international service on my phone, and there's no Wi-Fi at Conisbrough. So if you don't have any kind of Wi-Fi service or cellular service, accessing any QR codes that they did have on site, I was not able to open those links until I got back to my room. So those kind of things only work in certain circumstances. I'm really more keen on providing things on site. So the projections are, I think, a little bit more of a, reliable option, if you will. As far as the projections go, I really think they're fantastic. I'll be honest, the animation style I think is, perhaps not my style, but I think it communicates well to especially those younger audiences. These are the characters in the space, and potentially these are the objects in the space. And English Heritage has done a really, really beautiful job on making sure technology is safe. Conisbrough is quite open to the elements. There was a mama and baby bird nesting in a window while I was there, so they have to keep animals off the equipment as well. So I think English Heritage is actually pretty well prepared for continuing projections for the long term.
Thank you, Emily. Got a question from Fran.
Thank you so much, Emily. I had a question around the amazing kind of mock-ups that you've done, the sort of testing that you've done with those layers of acrylics. And I wondered whether you had any families or children kind of testing those, using those, whether that is kind of in any of your methodology. It's obviously okay if it isn't, but I was curious if you had done any.
Right now, those are just plans in progress, so I'd love to have them tested. But I'm working at other sites in Yorkshire as well, run by different heritage organizations, really emphasizing that tactile experience. The other two locations, especially in the city of York, I'm looking at are Barley Hall and the Yorkshire Museum, and having more things out for the children to touch has really been more engaging. And I think I was most surprised by how many adults were wanting to sit and play and touch. So I think actually giving that that element of being able to handle an object might be good. And as far as the acrylics, what I would hope to do is have them kind of on a screw, if you will, so they're able to turn. They're not able to be picked up and carried away. They'll stay in place, and you can rotate them in and out, and they'll stay exactly on the table where they belong.
We've got time for one more if anyone's got one. No problem. Emily, thank you so much. I think it was a really interesting insight into one of the real challenges of heritage when, you know, there are so many different people that walk through the door, families, adults, you know, groups, and actually being able to create an interpretive element that appeals to a really wide audience is really challenging. So thank you so much for your talk.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Okay. So our next speaker is Dr. Abby Hunt, who's an Associate Professor in Heritage and Identity at the University of Lincoln. Her research, external professional activities and teaching focuses on widening participation and inclusion in archaeology and public history. Her research critically examines traditional written and object-based historical narratives and creates new histories that are multivocal in nature. So it's on the OneDrive.
Andrew, have you got these slides on your?
It's on the OneDrive.
Oh, sorry, I'm just being.
No, right. Just above.
Oh, no. On yours then.
Bear with us.
Yeah.
Do you want to send it to me via email?
Yes.
That's been.
I'm sharing my entire inbox.
Yeah.
Nothing could go wrong. It's also incredibly slow. So. Yeah, let's do that.
No, it's just HTML. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Lindsay, for that introduction. I feel like there should be full disclosure, much like Andrew said about being in a school of media. I'm based in the business school, which is probably worse than being in the School of Media. Much like Andrew, I moved into higher education around the time of the financial crash. Lots of people looking for jobs, and therefore. Thank you very much.
YouTube.
How do we do that? Am I recording?
Where's your? Which one is it? This one? Is it on? How do I mute this?
We did tell you we were terrible at IT, so just so you know.
No, I think it's a delay. If you leave it now, we'll eventually cut out. There you go.
Oh, Fantastic.
Hold on a second. Sorry.
Academics and technology.
Well, you are medievalists.
Yeah,
There we go. We're fine.
Yeah, lovely. Oh, thank you. So I came into higher education about the time of the financial crash after a successful career in the wider heritage industry, and was very pragmatic about where I would end up. So I also have to confess I'm not a medievalist. I did classical Latin up to A level and failed it, so I can't kind of compete with you in that way. And in terms of history, I'm known for my work around agricultural history, so much more around tractors, and I do a lot of work in archaeology around EDI. So that thing that holds my research together really is the stuff around working with people who are excluded from narratives usually, or are minority groups in creating what I would call relative histories. What I'm going to talk about today is a tiny weeny bit of a book chapter that came out last year. It is a shameless plug, but if anyone's interested, I would say, I know it's a bit naughty, but just email me, because the whole book is about 90 quid, and of course nobody else's stuff is as interesting as mine. But I did a project to re-look at this area of Lincoln around Brayford Pool. And instead of writing a straight historical narrative, I used sense of place as a framework to work out how the area, the history of the area is perceived, what people forget about, what they hang on to, what they exaggerate. And there's an extensive bibliography in there as well, which I'm happy to share with people. So the premise of this presentation is pared down, because I realised last night, oh gosh, I'm trying to put too much in the time frame, and I'm standing in between people and cups of tea and biscuits, which is never good. So I suggested in 2021 that there's a challenge in people being able to perceive the medieval aspect of this area's rich history, because it's not obvious, prominent, or interpreted. And what I'm going to have a look at is why it's challenging for people to recognise and engage with the medieval around Brayford Pool. And I'm going to sort of pose some questions and think about how we might help raise that engagement. So this is the Brayford Pool character area. The area I covered also included the big bit in that's not coloured, but is inside the roads here. So the north area, which is a leisure area, the area of the university, the railway, and and the canals and whatever. I'm not going to try and teach anyone about the medieval history and archaeology of the Brayford Pool. That would be embarrassing. But just as many of you will know, there has been quite a lot of archaeological excavation around here, particularly because of the build of the university. So there are loads of archaeological reports. There's also the character area statement. Lots of evidence for occupation and trade. So there's some nice reports by Northampton Archaeology on the North Wharf, where they talk about lots of backyard activity, cesspits, refuse pits, ditches and gullies, a latrine, which you've always got to get in if you're talking about the medieval, and an animal byre. We know as well that Lincolnshire in the medieval, like some of the other areas, prospered from the wool trade, and so this area was a really busy waterfront, and there were associated trades that wouldn't be so nice nearby. So I was reading up on fulling in Much Lane and Water Lane, and imagining how lovely that must have smelt, and it probably smells similar on a Saturday night in Lincoln now. And there's lots of evidence of fishing on quite a big scale. Some fish traps have been excavated, and evidence of land reclamation as well. One of the challenges is that this area has such a consistency of human activity for thousands of years that there's loads of work been done about it, but it's not very coherent. So, you know, when you're searching for all these archaeological reports, they're in lots of different repositories. The other thing I found is a lot of the work is fairly inaccessible if you have a general interest. So what I used then was a sense of place. So this project was all about moving beyond representation in the landscape. And a sense of place is the way that we perceive places such as streets, communities, cities, or eco-regions. How this influences our well-being, how we describe and interact with a place, what we value, what we respect for ecosystems and other species, how we perceive the affordances of a place, and our desire to build more sustainable and just urban communities, and also how we choose to improve cities. And we've already touched on how the Victorians liked to improve our environment in relation to the medieval. It's worth saying I left well-being out of my study because well-being is such a big and complex area. I mean, I've sat in meetings lately where somebody has said, well, do we really know what well-being is? And I was just like, oh gosh. I didn't deal with that. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is actually perception rather than the whole framework, because perception relates to the medieval, whereas other parts of the framework relate to some of these other bits. So a sense of place then as well is about a strong and recognisable character. Very interesting for Brayford because through periods of time, it does have a strong and recognisable character, but that has changed significantly over time. I mean, even in the last 25 years, when I was starting my PhD here, I can remember there being like about 2 buildings on the campus. It's the meaning that we ascribe to landscapes, and I feel that already that's been touched on by the previous speakers, and the emotions people have relating to landscapes. And again, we've touched on emotions as well, and those attachments that people form as well. So in terms of aesthetics then and the realm of perception, on an aesthetic level, human perception of landscape occurs on what we call this perceptible realm. And this is the scale at which humans intentionally change landscapes. So it has to be pretty big, pretty dramatic. It's accepted that what you get when you're changing a landscape, or a landscape changes a lot, is that people develop an emotional attachment to the landscape. The emotional attachment felt is created in the moment of interaction. And what we do with that is we draw on past memories of previous interactions, and we use those to interpret our surroundings and to influence our subsequent actions. Interactions themselves are multisensory and can then therefore cause intense experiences and emotional responses, which often causes us to exaggerate or to focus on things. Aesthetics and perception are, of course, really personal and subjective. There are people that will love the Nicola de Hay and Peter Wint building, I'm sure. To me, not my cup of tea. However, I think the Isaac Newton building is absolutely beautiful, and somebody else might not think that. But emotion plays a significant role in how we perceive those aesthetics. And I should probably admit that I have my PhD viva in the Nicola de Hay building. So maybe there's a connection there. So what we have is we don't have an objective city, we don't have an objective area that exists. We also have this interplay of nostalgia. So I think that when we're thinking about aesthetics, and the realm of perception, this causes us an immediate problem in terms of the medieval in this area, because how do we have an emotional attachment to something that's not here, that's been largely obliterated? And if you think about people using this area now, that we've got a leisure and an educational zone, they have different kind of memories attached to them, different emotions than perhaps the history of the area. I think there's another big problem. It's rather big and it doesn't have scaffolding on it anymore. But I think there's a real issue in terms of perception that we have the uphill area of Lincoln, which is very well marketed by our DMO as being the medieval heart of Lincoln, which you can't argue it's not. We've got the cathedral here, which, you know, I drive in from Spalding every day, and I look forward to that moment I see it. It absolutely dominates the landscape, as Andrew said, probably part of the plan there. But people see the cathedral, they immediately recognise that that's very medieval in character, that there's all this marketing that goes on. We have a lot of activities centred around that area. So things like the Christmas fair, the graduations for the university. So people build connections with that area. It's also this thing that is also nearly as big and can nearly be seen. If anyone's not from Lincoln and wants to get a good picture of the cathedral and castle, I would recommend walking up to the bridge that's by the David Chiddick building and get them both in one shot. But there's the castle as well, and castles, as has been very well established by the experts this morning, are those immediate symbols of the medieval, and it's very big and dominating, and we have lots of events there, reenactments, reimagining of medieval activities. I've taken my stepchildren to see medieval knights fighting before, and I'm sure the experts will be, well, and they did have their faces showing and things, but anyway, so you've also got the castle, and then the really big issue is, of course, the two sit opposite each other right on the top of the hill. You've got a beautiful walk up to them on steep hill with beautiful medieval buildings like the Society for Lincolnshire History and Archaeology's building, Jews Court, lots of other medieval buildings interspersed, and therefore there's this problem that down here that looks very modern, typical for a bottom of a hill, really looks quite industrial, quite modern, quite retail. Maybe people don't perceive that this was a really industrious area in the medieval, and also that there are bits of medieval history and archaeology left. So yeah, I love the cathedral and castle, by the way, and I love the marketing that the DMO does, but you know, it does take away from that. There's also this issue that Brayford has been built on constantly. Again, if you're not familiar with the area, if you have a look today, I suspect you would go away with an overwhelming perception of the Industrial Revolution being really important. But actually there are very few buildings left from there. We have some beautiful pastiches of industrial buildings in modern ones. But actually, so what we've got in this area, there are plot boundaries that exist, and there are buildings and areas that are built on those same plot boundaries. There are still medieval street patterns to the north, northwest and the east, and they've been preserved in modern boundaries and roadways. But we have to ask ourselves, for the people sat around here, you probably look at place names and you probably get a sense of when you're walking down street patterns and you're thinking, yeah, this feels medieval. For the general public, they probably don't perceive that at all. And so that's another really big challenge as well. You know, how do you perceive a street pattern when you're not kind of standing over it, looking at it with Google Earth, which I will come to later. There's also as I've said, how do we perceive something that has been largely, well, or nearly completely obliterated from the landscape by that period of industrialization? And I don't just mean the Industrial Revolution, but the early Industrial Revolution, coming into the 20th century, and then followed by deindustrialization, which resulted in, anyone from Lincoln here will remember this area got quite run down. And then the industrial buildings that were there, really large warehouses, mills, factories, actually ended up being pulled down themselves. And on top of that, we've got this other layer of this beautiful reimagining as I will call it. And I've got an example here. This is the Odeon Cinema. If you go and look to the north and you see the Odeon Cinema, which is the biggest kind of landmark in that area, and then you look across to the Hilton Hotel and the Holiday Inn, what you will notice is that these buildings are modern. They have been created to give you an outline of a kind of sense of the Industrial Revolution as well. It's really interesting because we might immediately recognise them as being modern, but I teach lots of international students, and I was teaching last year up in Minerva. We had a lovely view, and I was talking to some of my Indian students about the Holiday Inn building, and we had this great big long discussion about, was it a Victorian building or not? And they were saying, but we see buildings like this. It reminds us of some areas of Mumbai where there are these kind of Victorian buildings. And I was like, no, it's modern. Go and have a look, go and poke the brick. But it's been designed to fool you. And actually, if you look at the kind of just the outline, it's designed to fool you. So actually, the perception you're being given in this area is you're being drawn to thinking about that industrial period. There's also, there are some buildings that still exist. This is actually the library, not the ivory. It's just the angle. But my other question is, how do we perceive something when that landscape is dominated by those few physical remains of the Industrial Revolution? Because in Britain, those remains are commonplace. They're really large, they're easily recognisable. Of course, many of us that have gone through the British school system in the last 40 years have had the Victorians imprinted on us and the Industrial Revolution. My stepson and I had a big argument 2 years ago when he said, why do I have to learn about it? It's useless, I don't need to know about the Industrial Revolution. And I was like, you will not understand any history beyond it if you don't learn it. He's now doing GCSE history, so he's forgiven. But when that is so ingrained, and there are buildings like this, and not only is this building really big and imposing and quite iconic, but it's the hub of the university area. Many people don't know this, but if you're not a university staff member, you can get a reader card and access all the resources. So it is a focus for the community as well. Often buildings like this are the focus of interpretation of an area. It's easy. You will see this image in most images of the university, and you will see this building spoken about. And it's pretty easy to interpret. It's a bloody great railway warehouse for putting stuff in. It's not very complex to think about. And it forms the heritage identity, actually, of this particular urban part of Lincoln. So then we've got, that's another challenge for us. How do we talk about something that's not very tangible when and again, I love this building. I feel like I'm just moaning about everything today, but how do we think about something that's less tangible when we've got this great big warehouse and we've also got the Foss Dyke running in front of it, a railway running alongside it that again is very Victorian, and you've got the engine shed next to it, which was an engine shed and is now the student union. So that's a real challenge. The other challenge, I think, is that we use perception as navigation. So perception is also quite a functional and practical thing. Humans primarily perceive a city out in their minds as a built image in order to navigate their surroundings. I'm sure as staff and students, we all do that around the campus. Urban navigation includes paths, edges, districts, nodes, and landmarks. And across the Brayford area, there are paths in the form of not only physical footpaths and roads, but also in the rivers, the canal, and the railway. The Brayford Pool area has edges or linear elements very much formed by water and the railway. And we can look at it as a district because of that really easily identifiable industrial and post-industrial character. There are several nodes in the form of road junctions, as I'm sure is the bane of everybody's lives. That railway crossing is a node. Even though we've got the bridge now, I do notice that our students don't like to walk up the stairs and down the stairs. They like to wait. That they mark stages through the landscape. And there are, of course, as I've already highlighted, these really distinctive landmarks that dominate the area, and more so since the university has built really big buildings and interesting architecture that captures your mind. So here's an example of some kind of pathways. The first picture's from 1960, second picture 2018. You can see in 1960 Wagamamas hadn't been invented yet, but you can see here you've got kind of a little bridge, you've got footpaths, you've got the footpaths now which take you past at the leisure area, and you've got that water as well. The railway, this is an image when the Royal Train came through at one point, I think in the 1950s. But here, you know, this very linear, sort of delineates the Brayford really, and we know it cuts the campus in half. The landmarks such as the warehouse, the engine shed, also a really distinctive landmark. I also think people might use this for navigating the landscape. Well, these two buildings, for many of us, the library is central to our lives as staff and students at the university. Equally, the engine shed has a prominent role to play because they serve food and drink. But you've got things like that in the landscape. You've also got some really interesting landmarks in terms of modern architecture. I'm laughing not at the beautiful Samscora building with its hyperbolic preambular roof, but of course next to it the glorious Lucy Tower car park, named after the medieval Lucy Tower, which I'm sure some people may have found more aesthetically pleasing, which marked the end of the medieval walls of the city. We're quite lucky, actually, I think, that, well, again, it depends on your aesthetic, but Samscora did put in a proposal to build, he built both of these buildings, or well, sorry, he was the architect behind both of these buildings, and he actually put in a plan where the Odeon is. He wanted to build something that looked like London's South Bank, apparently. So he got quite into, he went from this kind of modern to postmodern. Well, sorry, he was very into the modern, and then some sort of drifted into the postmodern, really. So that presents us with some interesting challenges. That we've got these landmarks that are really key, that we could see, that are tangible. Again, the tangible medieval landmarks are in the distance of this picture, because you can just see the castle at the top. I don't think that might be, yeah, that will be the cathedral. It looks big, sorry, but you've got them in the background. So again, in terms of navigation, when you're walking around the Brayford, you might think of those in terms of the other area of Lincoln. But there is a positive. So we do have one really tangible medieval feature, the High Bridge. I have to say this was subjected to a Victorian taking down and rebuilding. I don't know enough about it to know if they fancied it up or, you know, improved its medieval features. But it was built about 1160. Apparently, it's one of the, or it is the oldest bridge in the UK to still have buildings on it. It once had a chapel dedicated to Thomas Becket, which was later removed. And the timber buildings on the west side date from around 1550. But as I said, the Victorians have had their hands in there. The little hole underneath is rather unfortunately known as the glory hole. But of course, this is quite perceivable. This gives you a real flavour of a medieval Lincoln. And again, I think, you know, a typical, we know that black wood and white walls are very, very Victorian, and again, a very Victorian idea of what medieval buildings look like in terms of colour schemes. But it's easy to tell it's a medieval building. It's big. It sits within the perceivable realm. Perhaps the challenge is that it's kind of hidden around the corner. So from the Brayford Pool area, you've got to walk up to the William IV and then turn right. But equally, it's a path. You can see the pathways down the side of it. It's a node and a landmark. So really, it has the potential there to fall into that perceivable realm and to act functionally as that navigation point. So perhaps it's something for people that people could be more aware of. So how do we aid engagement then? What's really important here is, to me, is interpretation, but not interpretation done by the people sat in this room, the academics and heritage professionals on their own. I think co-creation is really important as well. If we want people to engage with the less tangible medieval past of the Brayford area, which I do, I think there's loads of interesting stuff to tell, then we need to co-create with lots of people. And if we're going to get that done, there are several ways in which I would suggest ways that we could do that. In the uphill area of Lincoln, we have several really good guided tours. And we know already from what's been spoken about today that, of course, self-guided tours are brilliant. These things we carry around with us, these computers in our hands where we can download an app and we can do a self-guided tour that has audio, that has layers of interpretation, where we can use things like QR codes on the, that are unobtrusive on a building or in an area. There's, of course, the use of virtual reality and perhaps more so in this case, augmented reality. And again, we've seen sort of that kind of touched upon. We've done some work before with augmented reality at the university and the RAF 100 flypast. So again, you can pick up the phone and can you actually see, can you scan the horizon and see what we think medieval Brayford would have looked like? The collation of research. I mean, one of the real challenges is so much has been written about the history of Lincoln and in particular medieval Lincoln, but as I said, it sits all over. So you've got classic textbooks written by white middle-class men in the 1930s from a very specific perspective. There are some really more up-to-date books that are interesting, but a lot of the archaeological research seems to me to just sit in so many different places, and therefore it's not particularly easy to get hold of as a researcher, or if you're just interested. Maybe there needs to be a change in tourism marketing to think about not just that uphill area as being medieval Lincoln, but stretching beyond that. I think people understanding the size of medieval Lincoln. I mean, even when you consider St. Mary Wigford's Church and beyond, and the Guildhall that's now, I think, St. Peter of the Gouts Church Hall, you think how far it stretches down and how much we have got in the landscape. So perhaps there needs to be a challenge there as well. And to ask people about how they perceive things, what would help them perceive the medieval more, help them engage with it. And again, I suppose this ties in with collation of research. Something that I wrote about in the chapter is, if you're a medievalist, you would say that there are a lot of publications about the Brayford and there's a lot of rich information. I read a lot of them as I was preparing the chapter. Of course, it didn't end up in it typically, but I read all these books, but they're not particularly accessible. And there are some publications that are really tricky to get hold of. So in terms of physical accessibility, they're quite difficult. And then in terms of language and people kind of enjoying them is really difficult. The Survey of Lincoln has a broad publication about the Brayford, and there is a medieval section in there which is beautifully written and really easy to engage with. I should probably declare that I am biased because I'm a member of their executive committee. So again, I'm declaring everything, but they're one of the groups that have really looked at that. And I was looking at Lincoln Record Society, but those publications are more academic. And again, encouraging people who aren't experts to write publications. So there's huge potential, I think, in this area about, what does it mean to people? How do they perceive it? How could we change that? All of those kind of things. So I think there's real potential in that. And that is it with 1 minute, 20 seconds to spare, I think. And although I did switch that on late. So thank you. Thank you.
Abby, thank you so much. That was really interesting. And I wonder whether, kind of the fact that the medieval is so present in the form of the castle and the cathedral, whether that goes to, reinforcing those ideas of the medieval being a certain thing and, being knights and kings and princesses. And
I think so. When you often, because I'm based in DCB, the old Lincolnshire Echo building, and you often see people on that bridge and they're not taking a picture of Brayford, really. They're using that as a foreground and taking a picture of what they think of the castle and the cathedral. They do reinforce what our ideas of the medieval are.
We're slightly overrunning, so we've got time for one question if anyone's got anything. Here we go.
Leslie, thank you very much for that. In relation to kind of cities like Lincoln, how much ownership do you think kind of larger organisations, so business improvement groups, certainly councils, actually have in actually delivering those stories? So if I use the Cornhill as an example, I think they've done an exceptional job there of actually reinterpreting an historic site whilst keeping a sense of the history prevalent. So how much ownership do you think that they should actually be taking lead on?
I think again that all those groups are really important, and I think there has to be a wider sharing of ownership. It's like the university shouldn't just belong to the academy. It's a space where anyone can come and use LPAC, and you can belong to the library. You can come and just enjoy yourself in that space. So for me, they're really important. How I like to look at the interpretations of the past is the more people that are involved with different perspectives, as Andrew kind of hinted at it when he said coming into the media school and learning about different perspectives, the better our understanding of history becomes. I'm a proponent of there not being one truth, of there being relative histories and lots of different perspectives. So I think the more people you involve, the more perspectives feed in, the richer the interpretation. Also, from a really mercenary point of view, the bid people and businesses are the ones with the money, aren't they? So we need to engage them. I mean, we don't have any money in education. We certainly don't in heritage at the moment. So yeah, I think really important. Interestingly, I love the Cornhill area. My colleague Tom Kitchen is writing lots about it in quite a different way, that he sees it as a gentrification project that has pushed out local shops, local people, and kind of maybe affected communities living around the Sinsel Bank area quite negatively. So I think we're going to see some interesting work come out on that area.
Thank you. So we're going to have a quick break, 10 minutes. So help yourself to tea, coffee, biscuits, and then if you can be back in here for about 1:45 or just after. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we were behind. I should have shaved 5 minutes off. That's a bit hot. I'll stay for the break. I'm going to have to go because I've got this bit that's got to go in. And it has to be in by next Thursday. So I need to spend the afternoon and I'd sent everything out to all the partners.
There we go.
Start video. Do you want this light on?
Yes.
It's like the film is about to start, isn't it? Well, whilst you guys are just getting set up, so we've got the last talk for the morning that focuses on heritage and ruins. So the next talk is by Fran Allfrey, and Fran is a postdoctoral research associate in the Department of Archaeology at the University of York. She's working on the Avebury Papers, a UKRI-funded project to digitise, expand and share the multimedia archive associated with Avebury. She's worked in various museum education roles, and her academic background is in medieval literature, especially Old English and the relationships between medieval literature and the material culture and contemporary poetry and art in heritage context. She's preparing a monograph which builds upon her PhD research with the working title, The Making of Sutton Hoo. Thank you very much, Fran.
Thank you. And thank you so much to John and Lindsay for inviting me to speak. And I've really enjoyed all the papers so far, and I keep finding all these connections. So I hope that it doesn't derail me making those connections in this. I need to stick to the script and the time for lunch. So I'm going to talk today about a display and events programme that I organised at the National Trust at Sutton Hoo in 2017, which feels like a million years ago. And I sought to get together the place, objects, and early medieval language and literature. I want to share some of the challenges and opportunities I encountered and comment on what participant responses suggest about what medieval language and literature can do in a heritage context. And some of what I will say is kind of quite practical, really, as I thought it would be helpful for anyone thinking about doing this kind of research. And there's a big AHRC grant available at the moment to facilitate this. So hopefully lots of medieval kind of engagement work is going to benefit from that funding. So just to introduce Sutton Hoo, for those who aren't familiar, so most of the time when I say Sutton Hoo today, it will be a shorthand for a place, artifacts, and a burial event. Sutton Hoo, the place, is in Suffolk, southeast England. It's a high bluff above the River Deben, where early medieval people buried their dead through the 6th to the 9th centuries. The most famous burial was opened in 1939, and we call this burial Mound 1, very imaginatively. The 1939 excavation has been recently immortalised in The Dig Netflix movie with Ralph Fiennes, and he played the local archaeologist Basil Brown, who was commissioned by the landowner Edith Pretty. Beneath the burial mound, we find lavish gold, silver, and textile items, which were deposited within a 27-metre ship, probably along with a body, in around the year 625. And the Sutton Hoo collection has been on display at the British Museum more or less consistently since 1940, when Edith Pretty donated the items to the nation. Further excavations have taken place across the last 80 years, and the site was opened as a National Trust property in 2002. And it's worth saying at this point that my work at Sutton Hoo was made possible thanks to the National Trust's openness to trying out ideas, as at the time, the team was in their exploratory phase of a large heritage lottery funded project to release the Sutton Hoo story. And my experiments were within the context of a kind of loose brief that they had in mind. And it was really useful that Will outlined English Heritage's ideas of different visitor groups. The National Trust has kind of similar groups. So I had a brief to kind of hit various kind of interest groups and provoke particular responses. So I chose the theme trade and travel from several options, which the team had in mind. And at the time, the displays and the programming on site tended to emphasize pagan and North Sea connections to Sutton Hoo. And so they were keen to expand the interpretation and to show wider cross-cultural networks, and also to provoke more spiritual and emotional engagement. They thought they were doing well with intellectual, but the spiritual and emotional they thought was lacking. And it turned out that summer 2017 was quite a moment to be thinking about early medieval trade and travel. Andrew briefly sort of touched upon the trash fire of medieval studies. And so across sort of popular and scholarly blogs and even international press, you know, the discipline and people inside and outside the discipline have been having conversations about the nationalist, racist history of medieval studies. And so I was combining my own research interests here with a commitment to helping to create a more expansive medieval studies and the wishes of the National Trust when designing this display and the activities. So I proposed a temporary display and a selection of activities across 3 weeks, across August and September 2017. And these included a word hoard, a sound walk, origami boats where you could draw which objects you would take to the afterlife, children's trails, a board game, and talks from colleagues and volunteers. But for today, I'm just going to focus on examples of engagements with the display, the sound walk, and the word hoard. Oh, and I should briefly say, it was not my intervention to bring literature and language to Sutton Hoo. These two images on the left, we have the British Museum display, and you probably can't see it, but there is poetry printed onto the glass above the objects. And on the right-hand side, we have an interpretive panel from the Sutton Hoo site, which includes Beowulf, and there was lots of other panels across the visitor centre, which included poetry as well. Oh, I put my slides in the wrong order. We'll come back to that. The display took the form of 8 panels, which were arranged around this half-length replica of the Mound 1 ship, and it included Old English, Latin, manuscript images, and interpretive texts, and lots of questions to provoke kind of reflection and prompting. And I've realised why my slides are in the wrong order, because I missed a whole page. Somehow. Yes, okay, double-sided printing, but that's fine. So we had these displays and they had Old English, Latin, manuscript images, and various different interpretive texts, and lots of questions to prompt reflection and wondering. So a couple of slides ago, if I'd gone in the right order, on the left-hand side are the texts which were present at Sutton Hoo already in the visitor centre. So I kind of thematically have put on the right-hand side of that column what was being covered. So it was mostly around kind of battle, bravery, paganism, a focus on royalty and the elite. Again, that's something which has been touched on today already. So kingship and lawmaking, things like this. And on the right-hand side are the texts and extracts which I brought kind of into this kind of temporary activities and displays. And it was all about just trying to expand beyond that focus on sort of warfare, the focus on kind of kings and men, and bringing in classical knowledge, encyclopedic knowledge, and different languages as well. So having some Latin on the site as well as Old English to kind of make sure that people are thinking about how at that time multiple languages were being used. Okay. So, where am I? Okay, so here is the activity tent, and on the right we've got an example of the word hoard sort of word cards which I used. So the word hoard is an activity or a project really initiated by Hannah Vadine during another public engagement project which we ran in 2013. Hannah actually still runs the word hoard as a website, and she published a really great book last year called The Word Hoard, which makes for a great Christmas present, so you should check it out. The trade and travel word hoard was basically a huge bowl full of folded cards printed with Old English words and rune letters. Inside each card was a definition on the right-hand side and a contextual line of poetry or prose on the left. So visitors could rummage around, choose a word, and they were then invited to write down their favourite on a large piece of paper which was covering the whole table. So my co-facilitators, Miranda, Rose, and Jasmine, collaborated with me to compile the word hoard with a mix of everyday, spiritual, and metaphorical words, kennings, and runes. Kennings are kind of extended metaphors in Old English. For the sound walk, visitors borrowed MP3 players which were loaded with poetry and prose in Old English and in translation, which they could borrow and listen to as they walked around the burial mounds. The texts were chosen by me and translated by me and several colleagues, and longer extracts of poetry and prose, short phrases and individual words were all chosen on the basis of their connection to travel, or as representatives of traded knowledge, kind of stretched it a little bit. So these were texts which might show how classical knowledge or biblical knowledge or encyclopedic knowledge kind of traveled across Europe and the wider medieval world at this time. So I've been a museum learning facilitator for almost 10 years, and I consider that work as a kind of relational arts practice. And these two ideas, which are up on the screen, are really sort of central to how I think about doing that kind of work. So conversations are the process and outcome of museum learning, and we can understand learning here in the broadest sense of sort of thinking together, which encompasses reflection on the self and other, fact and emotion. And this belief really goes hand in hand with understanding heritage, as Jessica Moody puts it, as not a physical thing left over from the past, but an actively constructed understanding, a discourse which is ever in fluctuation. So putting these principles into practice means that listening to visitors talk between themselves, or to me, is as important as giving out information. When I'm perceived as a staff member or a volunteer, this is where lanyards come in handy, visitors will often disclose opinions, life stories, and share knowledge without really much prompting. So actually, as an education facilitator, it's great, but as a researcher, that's a great tool for collecting data. And I mentioned that I had some collaborators, so a student team of Miranda Rainbow and Rose Evans, who were then students of Old English at King's, and also Jasmine Higgs, who was then studying Old English and Old Norse at the University of Nottingham. So I had to brief them on these kinds of ideas. They hadn't done kind of public facilitation before, and they joined me for 6 days across the programme. And it was important to involve students for practical reasons. It allowed me to kind of record more encounters. It allowed me to sometimes step back and kind of observe a bit more up to what was going on. But it was also a great opportunity for some skill development for them, and also for me being able to manage kind of other volunteers. So before we started delivery, we discussed how visitors' entrance narratives and their social and familial commitments, prior learning, emotions, and even the weather would affect kind of how we interacted with them. And I briefed the team to invite and respond to questions and observe talk and behaviour, while avoiding pressuring visitors to particular topics or activities. Visitors need to feel at ease before learning can happen, and the well-being of everyone was a priority. So I encouraged us to listen actively rather than lead topics. So listening and carefully watching visitors produced the largest quantity of data about visitor responses. So I collected 231 different visitor interactions with me or between visitors and facilitators, or between each other. Paulette McManus, Guy Leinhardt, and Karen Knutson have all shown how observing behaviour at a distance and measuring time are perhaps not the best methods of gauging engagement. People who are fluent readers will absorb a lot of information actually very, very quickly. So you think they're not taking it in, but they might have done. So therefore, listening to visitors can reveal a lot more about their social, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual engagement. A challenge which comes with that. So interactions with visitors are never neutral and are often surprising. The silent presence of a facilitator may affect how visitors talk with each other. Race, gender, and age bias, and assumptions of experience being made by facilitators and participants will affect encounters as well. And this can be quite difficult for less experienced facilitators. So if you do plan on co-facilitating, it's worth discussing strategies for responding to awkward or uncomfortable interactions according to the ethics of your particular project. So the other way that we collected kind of data on visitor responses was through comment cards. So 132 visitors filled in comment cards, and these were printed with the Anglo-Saxons were and Anglo-Saxon poetry is. And my tendency is to talk about Old English rather than Anglo-Saxon poetry, but I chose Anglo-Saxon as it was used across the National Trust site. That would be a whole other conversation to think about that kind of that use of language. And finally, I conducted 24 semi-structured interviews with visitors, which had 25 questions and various demographic measurement questions too. So to analyze and bring together all this varied data, I took a grounded theory approach, which means allowing the themes to emerge as the analysis progresses, rather than sort of setting out to look for something. And I coded the data using a software called NVivo, which allows you to bring together differently collected data very easily, and you can continually create new codes and categories and ways of organizing the information that you have. And what emerged is quite a variety of social, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual responses to literature and language. First of all, that poetry is hard and people don't necessarily like it. So responding to the prompt Anglo-Saxon poetry is, over 50% of people returned an answer that imagines poetry is unknown, unknowable, difficult or strange. And this was a really strong theme in the interactions and in the surveys as well. Lots of people indicated that they didn't know anything at all or didn't know enough to comment. And some responses were just simply a question mark. So this could indicate that for these visitors, poetry was not an important part of their experience at Sutton Hoo, or they didn't encounter any poetry on the site. Or if they did encounter it, their engagement was only superficial or left them feeling alienated. So at first, this pattern kind of worried me. After all, the last thing that I was hoping for is that language and literature would create an alienating experience, or that the activities or display might be somehow elitist or exclusionary. However, and Will sort of touched upon this, just because something is strange and weird doesn't mean that people might not also enjoy it in some ways. So the good thing about the NVivo coding is that you can tag responses with sort of multiple codes. And many of those responses which had that negative, kind of superficially negative opinion about poetry also contained a sort of positive response. So I'll give a few examples to make that more concrete. So one participant said, there was a great sound background enhanced by the wind on site. I loved hearing the sound pattern of the spoken Anglo-Saxon. There were echoes of my cousin's Dutch heard as a child. Loved the C words, a sea-weary mind. So for this participant, the inability to understand the meaning of the words didn't preclude the sensory enjoyment or the sound pattern, which raised the comfort of a family memory. And the phrase that they've written here, sea-weary mind, is one of the phrases taken from the sound walk. And the fact they kind of remembered this and copied it down suggests quite a deep intellectual, emotional engagement with what they had heard and a desire to remember it. And 3 examples of mixed-aged encounters at the word hoard also show how medieval literature and language can facilitate learning with people of all ages. So 1 adult and 3 children turned the word hoard into a place for sharing their passions and initiated a riddle exchange with the other volunteers. So the children chose several words and read out the Old English out loud. And their grown-up was very involved and commented that the words sounded like they came from Lord of the Rings, which asked one, and then one of the children asked us, are these words from Middle Earth? Miranda explained how Tolkien was an Old English teacher and he was inspired by Old English when he wrote his books. And the children started to ask her whether different characters and place names in Tolkien were from Old English. Did they have any special meaning? So they were able to discuss that. One child then asked why the letter in the middle of the word that they had chosen, wad, meaning shallow water, I've put it just as the first bullet point so you can see it. You can see it has an ash in the middle, so the AE joined together. And the look of the letter prompted them to return back to Middle Earth and say, is this Elvish language? And Miranda talked about how the runes were Anglo-Saxon and Tolkien was inspired by them, and these other allographs, the thorn and the F, so the kind of curly D and the P with the long stem, which both have a the sound. These are kind of Old English letter forms, and so Tolkien was inspired to use them. And you can't see super clearly, but in the pictures on the right-hand side, and it's in green ink, which really doesn't show up very well, the children were especially interested to copy the sort of strange letters out. And the grown-up initiated some further activities when they suggested that the children really enjoyed the riddles in The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. And Miranda explained how Anglo-Saxon people loved riddles as well. And the children started to ask riddles from the film, asking Miranda to guess them, and Miranda gave them an Old English swan riddle, which was a difficult one to guess, but the children guessed cloud, wind, and eventually, with a few clues, they got to bird. So for this group, the encounter with language and literature opened up a very joyful, social, intellectual, and really creative engagement with Old English. And the way that the adult in the group guided the children and facilitators to topics of interest is exemplary of the way that hierarchies between experts and participants can be quite effectively broken down in heritage settings. The exchange also demonstrates the important role of pop culture, which we've already touched upon, in shaping modern encounters with the medieval. So they brought together Sutton Hoo, fantasy books, and Hollywood to make their interpretations of language. Other participants did more than just speak their words out loud or write them down. One carer staged a performance for two children they were with. As they were drawing the words from the bowl, I encouraged them to read the words out loud and try and guess the meaning. And the three words they had chosen are just at that second bullet point there. So it was Elond, Yast, and Yardstapper, so island, east, and Earthstepper, or wanderer. The adult had chosen Yardstapper, and they read the word out loud, opened the card to check the meaning, and began to stamp their feet on the ground and asked the children, Stapper, what does it sound like? So they're picking up on the kind of final couple of syllables of the word there. They started to repeat the word. They went from saying stapper through to stepper. What could that mean? And she started to voice the other words as well. So she voiced yard like yard, so it became yard stepper. And the children eventually kind of guessed like stomping or stamping from her actions. And eventually we got to yard stamper. And once the children guessed the meaning of yard stamper, she looked at their cards and proposed a new sentence. So she said, I yard stappered around the east of the Eglond. And she repeated the sentence very slowly, encouraging the children to do the same. And so here, the specific location of the word hoard at Sutton Hoo was really important for making this creative intervention. So the group made the link between the gravel-covered yard that we were standing in and the East Eglond as a synonym for East Anglia, really, east of England. And finally, as another kind of family interaction, I wanted to share an example of how children can very much lead the conversations and also discuss another challenge about how observing kind of visitor talk and behavior sometimes won't give you the whole story. So one young visitor approached the activity tent alone and the carers were kind of a few meters away. He asked Rose how to say the first word that he chose, which was water, water. And he laughed at her demonstration as she said water, as opposed to the RP water that he was using. And he called back to one of his carers, this is how you say water. And he chose a second word, shipyabrook, which is shipwreck. And he observed, oh, it sounds like ship broke, shipyabrook. And he wrote the word down. So he related these unfamiliar old words to modern English to make sense of them. And the only remarks that his grown-ups made on this occasion was to come over and to kind of compliment his handwriting. However, in the afternoon, one of them replied to a tweet on the National Trust Sutton Hoo Twitter account. His comment again was about handwriting, but he also used the Old English word thankword, which he must have looked up. He later followed the OE Wordford account run by Hannah Vidine and responded to some of her tweets over the coming days. So these post-visit interactions with those Twitter accounts suggests, again, a social, intellectual and emotional investment, which is much greater than I'd observed happening on site. And they reveal the importance of acknowledging our sources and our collaborators when we're doing this kind of work. So I made sure that on the table we had kind of follow Old English Wordford, and the National Trust had agreed to sort of mutually retweet things. So that was obviously important for this family. And I'm sure that for anyone who delivers museum learning, we always wonder how much of this is really going in, how much of this is going to be remembered. So it's very gratifying to see that something does get remembered after a time. And if anyone has experimented with measuring longer term impact of museum education, I'd really love to kind of hear more about that. So in these three examples, visitors engaged creatively and critically with single words and poems. People recited words out loud to themselves or to each others. They evaluated the linguistic qualities and offered different interpretations. So in other words, as Leinhardt and Knudsen put it, they made comparisons, attachment to memories and evaluations, applying their knowledge and imagination to bring about further understanding for themselves, for the people accompanying them, and about the past and present. So I think one of the bits I missed out at the start of my talk was something about what place does literature and language have at a heritage site, especially when that literature and language is quite temporally distant from the site at hand. So Sutton Hoo is from the 7th century, and most of the Old English literature that we have was written down in manuscript witnesses, which date from around the 10th century. We think that the poems are probably older, but their kind of material evidence is quite chronologically separate. But I kind of justified being able to bring more literature and language to the site because it was there already. And I wanted to do something that was different to just using literature as a kind of label or an explanation, and sort of instrumentalizing poetry as though it has a straightforward meaning, and to think more about literature as a kind of creative and aesthetic kind of text. So that was the kind of thinking behind bringing more to the site. And this did get a little bit of pushback. So I worked a little bit with volunteers at Sutton Hoo to workshop the temporary display panels. And that involved sort of in-person, people having a look at them and giving feedback. But I also shared things just over email and made printouts to leave in the volunteer lounges. And I got an anonymous comment circling a poetry quotation saying, why don't we focus on real history? And this volunteer's feedback really stuck with me. I was really interested to see whether such distinctions would be made by visitors as well. And so there were already poems at the permanent display at Sutton Hoo, and lots of the visitor interactions actually were comments about those existing materials rather than anything new, which I bought. And visitors did ask about the relationship between the beliefs of the people who were buried at Sutton Hoo and the beliefs of the characters in the poem Beowulf. Visitors were curious about time periods and timelines, and a good chunk of visitors actually asked to clarify timelines. That was their sort of opening gambit with the facilitators. Like, so Romans, Vikings, like where are we? And putting all that into order with Sutton Hoo and Beowulf was really helpful for building a picture of that kind of time period. So encountering poetry in place actually led them to some quite critical questions regarding how we interpret Sutton Hoo and how we interpret poetry and how we can bring them together, but also how they might be different as well. In one of the semi-structured interviews, one respondent spoke about the poetry which at the time featured in a film in the visitor centre display. And they said, I was gutted when I found out that the poetry in the video is a pastiche. We asked the guide in the exhibition hall where the poetry was from because it was like listening to an authentic voice from thousands of years ago, but it's made up. But it sounds very authentic anyway, does the job. It gives a good impression of the atmosphere and the ideas. So touching a lot on what Andrew was saying and also what Will was saying. And this is really interesting in the kind of doubled way that we can experience and enjoy literature as heritage. So even though the respondent was disappointed to find out that the exhibition film poem wasn't authentic, that didn't stop him from experiencing it as authentic. And that use of the word atmosphere is really interesting here. It kind of speaks to ideas of experience, about being in a time or being in a place. And there were various other, this is just a few of them, other comments that were written and spoken kind of talked about atmosphere. I feel like it's worth pressing on that a little bit more. So the way that visitors describe experiencing poetry suggests that it enhances their understanding of being there. And I would suggest here that the poetry functions, and I'm going to use the word you said was pretentious, as a simulacrum, as a replacement of the original objects of Sutton Hoo. So the original objects are at the British Museum, and visitors to Sutton Hoo just have the landscape photographs and some very beautiful replicas, but not the real thing. So poetry might evoke the place as it was at the moment of the burial, evoking the people who did the burying and the objects which have been removed. And this is something that T.S. Pugh and Angela Weissel also note about how medievalisms are experienced as authentic when they are evocations of what the Middle Ages should be as much as what it was, especially if they satisfy an emotion or a feeling. And Pugh and Weissel call these experiences as a medieval fantasy. But I think the fact that Sutton Hoo is a real place and the heritage sites are real places kind of troubles that idea of fantasy. And I find Mary Jane Osborne and Gillian Overing's concept of thickening space as being really useful. So literature can be a powerful tool for thickening and enhancing heritage, if these texts are chosen carefully. Okay. How am I doing for time? Okay, great. So visitors to Sutton Hoo responded to literature, language, place, and objects to make connections between their own language and the language of past people, to imagine different ways of describing the world and to explore sensations of the familiar and the strange. So some encounters, as I said, were specific to Sutton Hoo, as people brought together language with events or places or ideas that they had seen in the visitor site, or that they could actually look at as we spoke. Other interactions which I've described could happen at any medieval site, and a poetry walk or a word hoard style activity can be adapted for different contexts. And I think that literature and language has a lot to offer in more heritage spaces. And especially because, you know, curriculum reforms in schools mean that a lot of people are not encountering Old English or Anglo-Saxon history, or if they are, it's usually in around year 4, so quite young. And medieval literature as well is absent from the compulsory curriculum, although you might be lucky and study Beowulf in year 8. So for the general population, people are therefore more likely to encounter early medieval literature in entertainment, TV, radio, and cinema, and in places like museums and heritage sites. Sutton Hoo is often used to teach Anglo-Saxon history at Key Stage 2. But again, the focus of this module, I suppose, tends to very much be on kingship and justice, and on that Mound 1 sort of elite burial, and there are 50 burials at Sutton Hoo, but there's that focus on the kind of the royal and the elite. And I just think that bringing in language and poetry can complement and expand these meanings of what the Middle Ages is, to encourage a bit more reflection on everyday experiences and beliefs and the realities of the very expanded network of thought and of trade routes in this time. So what does literature and language do, or what happens to literature and language rather, when we think of it as heritage, as things that are created through encounter and conversation? I think if we think about literature and language as a heritage artifact, we can reconsider how, and maybe I'm just speaking to literature teachers here, but it can help us think about literature in a way that, you know, we can think about its more expansive and experimental possibilities for rethinking kind of present day lives and also past lives and how the past and present relate to each other. It reminds us that emotions play a huge role in our interpretive practices. And delivering these activities and witnessing how people engage with language and literature really kind of sharpens our attention to that. And I think what we were talking about earlier with regards to sort of love and enjoyment, having them in these heritage spaces reminds a literature scholar these aren't just kind of texts which exist in a manuscript or in an edited edition. So we can create space for narratives that we, as medievalists, as museum educators, are most interested in. And it is through listening and observing how others understand poetry, place, and objects of the past and their implications in the present that we can formulate some future strategies for exchange. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Really,
you.
really interesting. And it made me wonder whether kind of using poetry in a setting like Sutton Hoo, whether that really works on the kind of emotional engagement that Will was mentioning and, you know, English Heritage National Trust are all looking to achieve. Did you see kind of emotional engagement go up?
Yeah, so I didn't, there was too much to include.
Always.
But as part of this project, I did produce a sort of 2-page report for the National Trust. And when the numbers were crunched, I was getting much higher sort of spiritual, emotional sort of mentioning.
Amazing.
They'd measured it previously, and obviously we haven't measured using exactly the same methods. That wasn't scientific, but the kind of emotional and spiritual resonance was really high for a lot of visitors. So
amazing. That was great. Thank you so much. Has anyone got any questions? Will.
Thank you. That was brilliant. I have 2 questions. The first is kind of silly, really. I was just wondering if visitors, if you encounter visitors struggling to reconcile kind of some of the bawdy humour of the riddles with the fact that, you know, ostensibly this is a place of burial. That's the first question. The second question, I think at the end you mentioned that this kind of exercise might be able to take place kind of anywhere in a way. There wasn't anything about literature or language which grounded in the place. I kind of wanted to say I don't necessarily buy that, just specifically with Sutton Hoo, because we struggle so much. There are not many sites that we can definitively associate with the early medieval period, for my knowledge. So I think it fits really well in this space, and I wonder if visitors kind of really bought into that, because it's an unexpected kind of colour and life to a site which they were maybe expecting to be a series of mounds in interpretation. But yeah.
Yes. So bawdy riddles. I did a lot of observing in the galleries prior to running these activities, and there was a riddle in the display, which you might hear it. It's about something that a maiden grips really tightly, and it makes her eyes water, and it's hairy underneath, and it's an onion, obviously. And a lot of people would walk past this panel because it was pure interpretation and there wasn't any kind of original image on there either. It was kind of an artistic panel. But some people would read it out loud and kind of comment like, haha, this is really funny. But no one sort of made the kind of, oh, it's inappropriate because it's a burial. Some people would just stop reading if they had kids with them. But something that was really interesting, and I didn't talk about responses to this activity, but we were also making paper boats, and people could draw the kind of objects that they would want to be buried with them in a boat. And actually, some people said this was too upsetting as an activity, and that it was maybe inappropriate for children to be doing. I was like, this is a graveyard which you are visiting. But so it's kind of interesting, I guess, that people don't think about Sutton Hoo as a kind of memorial site in that way. I didn't get to think more about that, but that was certainly something that sticks in my mind. And what you were saying about how maybe poetry sort of works at Sutton Hoo quite specifically, I mean, it has a very long history of being associated with poetry as well. So in some respects, maybe it almost feels like normal and naturalized. But I think other early medieval sites, you know, could sort of benefit from it, or perhaps it could be a way of bringing in more intangible heritage. So, you know, here to bring out kind of early medieval Lincoln, I think we could think about words that could be used and sort of bring in more kind of medieval concepts when the material culture might be lacking.
Got time for one more question?
I may ask a question if it's all right. It was really interesting of tying it in with the kind of humanizing of the past and giving the kind of sound of the past is often something that doesn't maybe get quite as much attention, and it's something that has really blown up with the Vikings. They definitely have a sound to them in many ways in the way that it's reimagined now, and that's, I feel that's maybe somewhere with early medieval English maybe has kind of lagged behind a little bit in the way that that's been utilized. But kind of tying that in also with Sutton Hoo and the relationship it has with Beowulf. I wonder how much Beowulf sometimes supersedes the site with its interest around that, and kind of tying in with some of the comments that people were making, saying, oh, you know, real history, as it were, and whether that kind of, yeah, kind of getting that balance together, as it were.
Yeah, I certainly think that, so Beowulf gets linked with Sutton Hoo really, really quickly at the point of discovery in 1939. Like, this is something that newspaper journalists start doing, like quoting Beowulf to understand it. And I certainly think that one of the reasons why the old display, all of the visitor centre has been changed now, by the way, and there's less poetry. But the old display featured Beowulf a lot, I think, simply because of that. And then that also leads you to focus on the princely burial or the kingly burial, because that's the perceived focus of the poem as well. So I think it certainly kind of skewed interpretation for a little while. And I think, you know, there's obviously a lot of people that make those decisions. But Martin Carver, who was one of the key archaeologists in the 1980s, he seems to have found Beowulf very useful as a public engagement tool as well. He made a lot of, he made 4 documentaries over the course of his dig, and kind of used Beowulf quotes to sort of add colour and imagine different lives. And I think he was quite involved in the design of the old visitor centre as well. So yes, I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. I know I'm holding up lunch here, but I just wanted to, because it also ties in with the public curatorship of the theme. I wonder how much interaction you've had with the Saxon shipbuilding project, where they're trying to build an entire reconstruction of the ship that was buried in Mound 1, I think it was, wasn't it? I've spoken to them a bit, and it's a fascinating project. I wonder what kind of interaction you've had with them.
I've only visited them a few times. I haven't revealed myself as kind of having bigger interests. So just kind of turning up. They're doing amazing stuff. Yeah. It's very, very cool. But they do have a poet in residence, which I'm very interested in. Yeah. I get their newsletters. Yeah, I've been looking out for kind of when he's going to drop some poems. So I'm interested in what he's going to do there, and how literature is kind of being brought in. Yeah, it's a great project. People should look at that.
Second that. Brilliant. Any other questions or time for lunch?
I think that's a resounding Thank you so much, everyone that spoke this morning. I think for someone who works in heritage, I actually found that really, really reassuring, because it feels like we're all dealing with the same problems. And it's great to know that we've got so many minds kind of trying to tackle these issues and deal with this. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. But yes, it's lunchtime. So it's 12:40 now. So if we meet back at 1:40 to kickstart with the afternoon. The Swan pub is very, very close and open, I believe. So that's just outside. Otherwise, there's a couple of cafes on campus, and I've got a list if anybody wants them. If you're going to brave it and go up the hill, then good luck. And we'll see you in an hour. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back. Yeah, so in this second half of the symposium, we're going to move away from the themes of heritage and more slightly towards spheres of public curatorship that are arguably at more of a distance, perhaps, from the ruins of the medieval period, towards themes of reenactment and living history, and also digital games. So we're going to kick off with Jeppe Christensen, and his title is his paper is titled "Modern Limitations to Recreating the Past." And Jeppe has been doing reenactment for 10 years and is head of authenticity for the reenactment society, the Vikings, with responsibilities for overall guidelines and standards of authenticity. And his educational background is as a researcher in the natural sciences with a PhD in chemistry.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I am going to talk about the curatorship of the medieval past from a reenactment point of view. I'll just follow up on the who am I. Yes, I've done reenactment for quite a while now. I've always had an interest in the early medieval period in Northwestern Europe. So that interest has been particularly about the Viking Age and
sorry, I'm just going to share the screen.
Sorry. Yes, it helps if people can actually see what's on the slides. Yeah, okay. So as a reenactor, I spent quite a lot of my spare time on research. So reading academic papers and books and looking through museum online archives, visiting museums, and discussing with other reenactors who also do their own research. So it's sort of a parallel research community that's completely detached from the universities. And as was mentioned, yes, I do have a research degree in natural sciences with a PhD in chemistry, and I use my toolbox as a researcher in my reenactment research. Just a quick introduction to what is reenactment. Well, it's educational and it's entertainment. It's very important to remember that it's also having an entertainment aspect of it. And it's where people dress up in historical costumes and then try and recreate either specific aspects of the past or a broader period. The reenactors are generally speaking, they're amateurs, amateur researchers like myself. But there are some that are historians or archaeologists. So we do have a tab into the university research network as well. We do a lot of research on our equipment, our clothing, and try to make sure that they are as close to the originals as we can get. We either buy these from specialist traders, but a lot of reenactors will actually make the items they use, they make them themselves. And some go to the point of not using modern equipment to make them, but actually make them the way they would have been made. So it's taking the research aspect of it even further. So I am in a society called the Vikings. We are the UK's oldest and largest Dark Age reenactment society. We've got groups in Britain, rest of Europe, and in North America. And in the UK, we've got 1,500 members distributed in about 50 groups all over the country. We've got members from all parts of society. So we've got quite varied background, which is one of the challenges and one of the strengths in what we do. So we've got academics who are really good at doing research, and we've got skilled craftsmen who use their professional training in making things for us. As our society name indicate, we reenact the period, the 8th to 11th century in the British Isles, so popularly known as the Viking Age. And we make public events ranging from really large-scale battles with hundreds of members, full-day arena displays and living history camps, all the way down to specialist events with maybe 1 or 2 of our members doing a display at a museum. Just a little bit more background before we go further into my presentation. So authenticity, this is just to try and define what we mean when we use the word authenticity, because different people have different understanding of that, what that word means. In reenactment, it's a measure for how close are we with our reproductions, with our recreations, how close are they to what the real thing would have looked like. And it's not just items we're talking about, it's also behavior, appearance, how we depict a combat situation. So everything we do, we have authenticity as a measure. And with a society of 1,500 members, we've got an authenticity department. So we've got a group of people who are responsible for educating everyone else. And they're responsible for upholding some sort of minimum standard. So people don't just turn up in anything they fancy. And then at the same time as trying to do that minimum standard, we're also trying to push to get our appearance closer and closer to what we think is the right thing. We'll never get it 100% right, we know that, but we can at least try to get closer. And for me, as head of authenticity, I lead that department, which means I'm the one who appoints all the authenticity officers. And I am the one who, to some degree at least, set out the direction of our development. It'll always be in a discussion with the other authenticity officers. And as we're all having different interests, everyone's pulling in slightly different directions. So it's just trying to get that steer of where we're going. So if we start looking at what do we mean with the modern limitations, it's already been brought up in some of the previous talks about perception. Everyone who's doing reenactment are, of course, modern people. We're not Vikings. And we're modern people with modern experiences, and therefore we have a modern perception of the past. And this really strong, in our case, what we see is it influences the individual members, what's their understanding of the past, and how do they associate with history. And when you're doing something that's recreation, where you as a person have to pretend to be someone else, this perception becomes really important. So it's how do they actually identify? Are they just completely detached and representing history, or are they feeling a connection with the history and the person that they're trying to portray. And what we often see is that their historical persona becomes part of their modern day identity. So the crossover here becomes blurred. So which one is the modern person, which one is the persona? Some of this perception is actually driven also by what we've seen in the last couple of years with all these personal DNA tests being available broadly on the internet. So you can get your ancestry DNA test. And that influence how people see themselves. You take a test and it comes back from 5% Scandinavian. I'm a Viking. Yeah. No, you're not. But the same as the other thing is also the modern perception and understanding of equality and women, and how that then is projected back onto the past. So all this with perception, it's something that we need to really think a lot about when we're dealing with authenticity, because it's influencing how people act and what they think is right. So this is just to give examples of what I mean with when you've got that crossover between your modern day person and the historical persona. You get people who get tattoos that they think are Viking. You get it in clothing that mimics finds, but when you look at them, you go, well, that's just a modern boot, right? You've got it in all these memes on Facebook, for example. Right? You go a photo of a popular TV series and some quotes that you can relate to in terms of personal identity. And then we've got the DNA tests. So this one where, yeah, it's what, 5% Scandinavian. And someone might go, oh, yes, I'm of Scandinavian descent, I'm definitely descendant from Vikings. And that will influence, it might even influence them to go and get a tattoo. If they got tattoos already, they might go and get one that relates them to their ancestors, or they feel relates them to their ancestors. What's all this influenced by, this perception? Well, it's influenced by the modern portrayal of the period of the Viking Age. And I'm particularly aiming this at games and movies, because there's a popular culture, and has been for several years, of what do Vikings look like on TV, in all those things, and that drives this perception. There are a couple of other things that influence this. There's this, what I call hijacking by political organizations. We all know what that means. We don't need to get into that further, but it is a potential problem that we do come up against. And then we've got, as I say, we're modern people, modern logic, and how that works or doesn't work. So, yes, Hollywood and games. These are Vikings, right? So what we often see is when we speak to members of the public, they've got a certain image of what a Viking looks like. And then when they come and see us at a reenactment show, it looks very, very different. We've got that problem one step further, because the members of public that we are engaged with are also our potential recruits. Right, so they are the ones who potentially would come back and go, "Ooh, I actually want to do reenactment." And we now have to deal with educating them so that they dress properly. This is why we need minimum standards in reenactment, because otherwise people will dress like this. And some groups do. I mean, I'll admit that, yes, the Vikings 30 years ago looked like this, but we've come a long way. Just going back to modern logic, as an authenticity officer, this is one of the things we come up against when people start to argue, but why can't I have this? Because surely they must have done it this way. It's obvious, it's logic. And what I keep saying to people is, remember, we're talking about people from the past to whom magic is real. We're talking about a non-industrialized civilization, which means our normal access to mass-produced items, they don't have that. So where we go, well, we can just go and buy a piece of fabric. No, you don't just buy a piece of fabric. You have to have the sheep, you have to shear the sheep, spin the wool, weave the fabric. Then you can think about making a dress. Or that information that is in that, the time it takes to actually make just one garment. So it's not a use and throw away culture. You can't do that. You reuse things until they're falling apart, and you still try and repair it. And when they fall apart, you reuse those small scraps of fabric to repair your boat. That's why we've got so many fabric scraps, because they're preserved in the boat remains. And then one thing that I find most people have difficulties with is original ideas. The moment an idea has been had by someone, it becomes trivial. It becomes obvious. It's the having the original idea that we're trying when we talk about, did the Vikings do this? Is not, did they have the material and the technology to do it? It is, did any of them have the idea to do it? And proving that before we can actually go and do it is very tricky. Even to the point where one of the arguments we often come up against is, but they had it before the Viking Age, the Romans had it, and it was there afterwards, so surely it must be in the middle. But we know we've got examples where we can definitely prove things were there before and after, but was definitely not used by the Vikings. So that argument completely falls apart then. So what does this, with the perception and all that, what's the result of it? Well, in terms of, certainly in terms of reenactors, it often results in some sort of fixed mindset. And then it results in what we refer to as reenactorisms. So fixed mindset means they take it personal when you say this is wrong, because it's part of their identity that you're changing. The other thing that we then get is that people want click of a button information, right? They basically want a shopping list. How do I become a Viking? Tell me what I need to go and buy. And they really like that the rules don't change, which is difficult in an area where we constantly dig up new stuff and go, oh, we now have to change our understanding of all this because we found a new thing. Reenactorisms, it's the idea that what does a Viking look like? What does a Saxon look like? What is it that make them look different? And they become exaggerated, where in reality, it's much more blurred. How would you actually tell the difference? Well, you'll probably hear the difference before you see the difference. So these are just some of the typical things that have been discussed and been seen in the reenactment world as reenactorisms over the years. Typically, well, Saxons have embroidery, whereas the Vikings just have the tablet braid. But we know it's both ways. They all have both things. Things like long tunics, short tunics. And you go, well, actually, can we tell from the finds how long the tunic was? Because we just have a little piece, right? So how do we overcome all this? How do you motivate your volunteers, the reenactors? And what motivates them? Well, a lot of them are motivated by being allowed to dress up and be someone else, escapism. So you can be a Saxon housecarl at Hastings at the final stand. You get to camp in cool places. You have rewarding conversations with the public, and that is certainly for me personally one of the biggest things in reenactment, is that interaction with the public. It's very, very rewarding. Get to learn new skills and keep old crafts alive is another big driver for reenactors. Getting to make their own equipment. Then we've got the combat side of it. We train our combat a lot. We do a lot of training out of show hours. It becomes a sport, and for some that is a driver, and some people will just join reenactment just for this aspect. And then we want to have fun and be with our friends. Now, there's a limit to how authentic we can be. We're modern people, so we do have compromises. One thing that we're weighing up is, when do you use authentic tools? When do you use modern tools? When is it okay to use a modern tool? What about modern safety equipment? There's certainly some types of work that I would not want to do without safety glasses. When do we allow modern disability aids? So when we have a living history camp, how do we deal with modern disabilities? Do we say, no, you can't use that? Vikings didn't have them. You have to crawl around on the floor, get someone to carry you. Or we say you can use your modern crutches or a wheelchair. Another compromise we generally have to make is, how much can we transport around? There's a limit to how much we can have in a car. So we can't make a full camp. And which roles do people want to play? Reenactors generally want to play the rich people. You don't see that many doing a portrayal of a slave. Our shows are family shows, they're family oriented. It's entertainment. We can't make it too realistic. We don't use theatre blood. We make sure that people see us get up again when we've done a battle. And we have to think about our own safety. We all need to get to work after the weekend we've been out. No one wants to get injured. In terms of challenges, the filling the gap. We've got finds, but they're fragmented. So to fill the gaps, yes, we need access to information. Sometimes that's difficult, sometimes it's really easy. Depends on what we're looking for. We generally need to have an overview and have multiple finds to look at to be able to put the fragments together. As I said, we need to understand what happened in the period just before the Viking Age, what happened afterwards. Is there a trend? Then we do extrapolations and we do experiments. So sometimes filling the gaps can be really, really easy because we've got enough fragments to get a picture of what the complete thing would have looked like. Other times, you have to do a lot of extrapolation. And this is just to make a game board. Now the question is, what are the rules of that game? We experiment. This is a typical reenactment, reenactor type of experiment, doing plant dyes. Almost everyone will do that at some point. We were doing it, and we had the question, well, feathers for the arrows, would they have dyed them? Could they have dyed them? So we basically just found a feather and threw it in there. And of course, you can dye that. It's the same as dyeing any other animal fiber. This is another one of our experiments. We were thinking about how would they make beads, so not glass beads, but bone, amber, wood, any other type of material. How would they make beads from that? And we came up with this little lathe. And it works really well. And we then started having a look at some of the finds and went, oh, that's the same tool marks as we see in our new bead lathe. And digging a bit further, we actually found one find from the Baltics where the components that we have in the lathe were found. So not going from find to the lathe, but actually we made, how could we do that? And then afterwards finding out, yeah, that's actually quite close. So how do we ensure, as I said, the minimum standard? We provide our members with guidance, a lot of guides. So we've got a wiki page where they can go in and find information. We offer what we call kit checks. So it's people will have their costumes and they will talk to two of our authenticity officers. They'll talk through their clothes and get guidance on what could be improved, what's really good. And sometimes we go, yes, it's really good, but don't wear that thing because it's modern. And then leading by example. People like to have things to copy. So examples and lots of them. So that was the Hollywood examples. If we look at what it really would look like, what we think it would look like, that's probably closer. If we take a further look, so these are photos from the last couple of years from my own group, just as examples. And here we've got a nun, and actually she made the book she's reading. She hand wrote that and did the gold work on it. Then we've got the bead lathe operating at one of our shows. So this is what we try to do in our displays. We try to make the craft come alive, not just have them static. A bit further on the examples, because the other thing we are often asked is about social status. And how do you tell the difference? Well, here it becomes very obvious. And actually what we generally say is the difference between cultures is smaller than the difference between the social states. So the elite generally looks the same everywhere, but they look very, very different from the others. So this is where the reenactorisms try to make, well, you can see which one is a Viking, which one is a Saxon or an English, but the difference is actually greater within one culture between the different social steps. So these are just some of the examples that we pull up when our members ask, So what did they look like? And we've got the same here, just for male characters. 30 seconds left. Good. Now I've just shown those two where you've clearly got women and men dressed typically in male and female attire. One thing I haven't touched on, which is also part of all this modern limitations, is diversity and equality. And where we go, well, yes, we allow, as I showed in one of the other pictures, we allow the women to go and do combat. Of course we do. And some of them are actually really, really good at it. Better than a lot of the male, because they've got less physical strength, so they become technically much better. And the only thing we say is, well, yes, but you have to dress as a man, because there's not because they have to pretend to be men, but because it's the clothes that works for that profession. It gives you the freedom of movement you need. Equally well, we've got, well, if any of the men want to dress up as women, they can do that. I think we've had one do it ever, but there isn't a limitation. And the other thing with the diversity, it's really hard to address because reenactment is representing a certain culture. So it appeals to a certain group of people. So getting diversity in that respect is not so easy. It's not something we can push. You'll see they're all white male. That's the last slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jeppe. Thank you very much indeed. That was a fascinating talk. Unless anyone else has questions immediately, there's a million and one I could ask, but perhaps I should go to the audience first. Is there any questions? Yeah.
Having that structure of like authenticity officers, head of authenticity, is that across the board with reenactment, or is your group kind of leading the way with this?
I think most groups have some sort of structure, and it comes naturally from the fact that there will be some people who are more inclined to do research than others, either because they got the time, they've got the access, they've got the skills. So most groups have some sort of structure. Then the question is, how do you work with the group of people? Do you say that the head of authenticity decides everything on their own, or do you actually have an open discussion and go, well, where do we go with this evidence? And then there are groups that go, it's free for all. Everyone will do their own research as much or as little as they feel like. But that's then when you don't actually have a minimum standard.
Any other questions?
Sorry, it's a small and fairly frivolous one. The handwritten book. Did you source vellum for that?
Yes.
Brilliant. So it's just fascinating the lengths that they go into.
I think that particular book, some of the pages are vellum and some of them are something that looks like. So to make up the full book, she's got some of the pages that's written and painted, which are real vellum, and then others that are just filling up to make it be a book.
Brilliant. I was going to say, because otherwise that's got to be the most expensive item in the whole kit. But no, thank you.
Thank you. That was really fascinating. I wondered about with the sort of education and members of the public kind of interacting with reenactors. Is there also a head of education in your group, or do people kind of share how to do that in the best possible way?
So I didn't catch that.
When people are interacting with members of the public, do they get like training on how to do that?
No, we don't generally train as such. How do you interact with the public? What happens is that when people are new to a group, when they're new to reenactment, we generally tell them, don't speak to anyone on your own. and please observe how everyone else do it. And in my own group, we try to involve new members in the activities that we're already doing. So, for example, we've got a display with game boards, which is a really good starting point, because you can learn really quickly what to say about a game. And you'll find that we say the same thing a lot of times in one day. Literally, it's like a tape recording, just keep going. And then the rest depends on what other questions we get. But you can teach that to a new member rather quickly. And then they can take over running the display while I'm doing something next to them. But I'm still paying attention to what they're saying, and paying attention to if there are questions they can't answer. It's the thing is, we never know who we're talking to. Right? We don't know who the members of the public are. They could be any one of you, and we wouldn't know. Could be someone who knows an awful lot about this particular subject. So we've got a couple of rules. Is don't ever make anything up, because you don't know who you're talking to. And then if you're new, make sure that you're with someone who's more experienced. Yeah. So it's learning on the job. Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. It was really interesting. The characterization of kind of popular Vikings, obviously pretty cool to watch on TV and to play in video games. You may get new recruits who are enthused by that and want to take part in the group. Have you found that when you kind of temper it with nuance and discussion of authenticity and the process of constructing the medieval past, do you find that kind of enthusiasm dissipates and people reject your interpretation because they want to keep on being excited and live that kind of glamorous, exciting, kind of edgy cowboy aspect of being Vikings, or is it kind of a learning process? Do you kind of convert them almost and they join your side? Does that make sense?
Sometimes it discourages people and they just leave again. Most of the time they take it to them and they just they follow what we're teaching. The biggest issue we have is when people have bought things before they joined, and then trying to explain to them that that was a bad idea, and you can't use these items. But yeah, when the first Vikings TV series came out, we had a big surge of new members applications, and dealing with that because people had a different expectation. Most of those were actually joining because they wanted to do the combat and didn't feel strongly about the authenticity or history as such. So they just wanted to do fighting. And then, yes, to do that, you have to dress up. So they dress up in whatever we explained they had to do. But yeah, sometimes it means that people go, okay, this isn't for me then.
If I may just quickly then with a question, it jumped out at me, Jeppe, at the beginning when you said, with your research background, it gave you the toolbox to think as a researcher. And I was just wondering, what your opinion is on the potential or the capacity for reenactment and living history as a medium to also teach people those frames of critical thought, or whether do you think you would have been able to, I don't know, have that toolbox now if you hadn't been through an official route of education, if you see what I mean?
I think it's easier because I've been through the educational system. But it's also clear that we've got members who are learning it by doing reenactment and they're trying to understand this with how do you objectively extrapolate? How do you make an extrapolation and go, this is the most plausible path, whereas the other path is less plausible? And at the same time, accepting that there's more than one solution, because there isn't just one truth. So it's what we are trying to do when we are educating our authenticity officers, is trying to give them those tools so that they can continue their own research. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Unless there's any other questions. Thank you very much, Jeppe. Thank you. Okay, Juan, can you hear me? I feel like I'm hosting a seance or something.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you all hear me?
Okay, I'm just going to. So you should be able to share your screen. Juan.
Okay, let me give it a try. Yeah, here it is.
Okay, so if you're ready, I'll give you an introduction, Juan.
Sounds great, yep. Thank you.
Okay, so Juan Manuel Rubio Aravello, I've been practicing that. His paper is called The Cross and the Controller, Crusading Ludo Narratives and Procedural Rhetoric in Strategy, Medieval Video Games, an Initial Comparison. And Juan Manuel Rubio studied history at Universidad de los Andes y Bogotá, Colombia. He has a master's degree in history from the same university and an MA in medieval studies from Central European University. He is currently a PhD candidate in medieval studies at CEU, and his research deals with the use of crusading tropes and imageries in video games about the Middle Ages. He's also the team leader behind the Medievalisms on the Screen conference series at the Medieval Studies Department at CEU. Another research interests include the use of history media, the history of the Crusades and the Church in the Middle Ages, biblical exegesis, and literary criticisms. All right, take it away.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. As I understand it, I have around 15 minutes to present my ideas. I'll begin right away. I want to begin by giving you a small context about my own research, because this presentation is encompassed into this process. My research is centered about the use of the Crusades in gaming. It's basically a historiographical problem of how do we make and portray history in a mass media society as contemporary society, also considering the specific political context in which we are living right now, which includes the weaponization of medieval history in processes of political radicalization, and how can we use history as and how can we use games as a pedagogical tool for the teaching and the learning of history. So that's where this presentation is encapsulated. Some of the ideas that I'm going to present here is the hypothesis that I have come up with from my initial survey into these video game titles. It might be useful to begin by making a short recall of what the Crusades were. As we all know, the Crusades were a series of military campaigns initially launched against the Middle East for the recovery of Jerusalem and the Holy Land, but that after the 12th century expanded to other scenarios like the south of France or the Baltic Sea, or political campaigns against the enemies of the papacy. Although the last time that the church offered indulgences to fight its enemies was in 1689, today the Crusades seem to be very much alive, although in a very different shape than in their medieval counterparts. And is that the Crusades have become an increasing presence in public discourse, most importantly around political discourse. Now, this is not something necessarily new. Osama bin Laden, for example, already talked about how the Americans were equal to Crusaders in his 1998 fatwa, and the Muslim state or ISIS used also the same rhetoric in several of their publications, like the fourth issue of Dabiq that used to be their main magazine, their main online magazine. However, more recently, it has been more actively appropriated by right-wing North American and European groups. This includes rhetorics of leaders of states like Viktor Orban in Hungary, or the presence of crusading imaginary in right-wing rallies, like in the case of January 6th in the United States. We also know that the authors of massacres like the one that took place in Christchurch in New Zealand used heavily inspired crusading rhetoric. Brenton Tarrant, who is the guy who committed the massacre, actually in his manifest, he cited Orban II, as Raymond of Aguilar's records his speech. Very interestingly, it seems, and I found this not too long ago, we also seem to be having a crusade here in Colombia. This image that you see in the bottom is from a center that was created here after the last presidential election in which the first left-wing president was elected in Colombia. And this Centro Cultural Cruzada, which it seems to be a conservative organization, is dedicated to fight the persecution of Christians, introducing themselves into a larger political international trend in which Christianity and medieval Christianity is used to oppose left-wing political projects. Now, of course, this is a consequence mainly of the rhetoric that derived from the war on terror. This coming back of the Crusades has also been very present in media, not only in politics, specifically for this case in video games. We have titles like Assassin's Creed or Dante's Inferno that are very heavily inspired specifically on the case of the Crusades, but also we have fantasy games which seems to reference them, be it World of Warcraft with their Burning Crusade expansion, or fantasy and science fiction games like StarCraft and The Witcher, which reference crusading elements like Templars, for example, right? Very interestingly, and this is a game that I have not played, there is even an expansion for the Ancestors Legacy game that is focused on Saladin. In any case, the point is that the Crusades have made a strong comeback in the 21st century, not only in politics, but for the case of the presentation in media and video games. Now, historical game studies is a relatively new field, and one of the most important theoretical tools that we have to approach them is the division between realist and reconstructionist games and conceptual or constructionist games that Adam Chapman made in his 2016 book. I don't want to extend myself too much in this, but the basic idea is that realist and reconstructionist games, which are titles like Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, or Dante's Inferno, are pretty much focused on a cinematographic experience of history in which you follow a particular individual through their specific story with very little freedom to alter the events. The events developing as the player experiences it, and with a high detail in the virtual reconstruction of the space. This includes weapons, buildings, dress, etc. The problem with this type of simulation, as Chapman recalls, is that it gives the epistemological illusion that we're seeing history as it was. So it seems to give the idea that the developer is just an impartial conveyor of historical information, and that the simulation is equal to whatever the past actually was. In opposition to this one are conceptual or constructionist games, which would be more closely related to strategy games, in which the main focus is not on the events, but in the gameplay mechanics that represent social dynamics. And according to Chapman, they have the advantage of being more useful to explore long-term historical processes. Of course, this doesn't mean that they are without issues, as many authors have already explored. This type of simulation can also give false notions of history, mainly around teleology, ideas of progress, and the Western experience. So why is this important when approaching the case of the Crusades in video games? Because in my experience in this first analysis of games that I have been doing, crusading in gaming tends to be used in one of two different ways. In realist and reconstructionist games, they tend to be used as a narrative tool. This means that they are set as the background of the story, but the story does not necessarily has much to do with crusading itself. Think about, for example, the case of Assassin's Creed, right? Assassin's Creed, you play as a medieval assassin during the Third Crusade, and you explore this Middle East, Jerusalem, Accra, Damascus during the Third Crusade, but the game really doesn't tell you much about what the Crusades actually are. You go on your own story, which is the conflict between assassins and Templars, but the Crusades, beyond being a background, really do not play much of a role beyond this role within the game. For conceptual constructionist games, Crusades tend to be used as game mechanics derived from a larger mechanic in the title. This will become a little bit clearer once I expose very quickly the case of the three games that I chose for this presentation. The main problem that I see with this is that for the case of the Crusades in video games, we seem to be playing with them, but not at them. Now, this differentiation between playing with and playing at is not yet fully clear in my mind. I'm still working through it. But the basic idea that I see is that these games focus on the how of the Crusades, but not on the why or what they were, which facilitate engagement, but limits comprehension of the historical period. This is what I mean by the differentiation between playing with or playing at, because it seems to me that to some extent, when you play these games using the Crusades, the games, although they use them, they are really not about crusading. And I hope that this will become clearer with the examples that I chose. Before I begin, I also want to justify a little bit why I chose the case of the Crusades. And I chose the Crusades because it seems to be that they are something that I call an intermediate polemical historical problem. By this, I mean that although the Crusades are highly polemical in contemporary political discourse due to their historical trajectory and the political implications that they have today in the ways that they are used, the Crusades, you can play at the Crusades in a way that you cannot play, for example, with slavery, or you cannot play with the Holocaust, right? This, I believe, derives from a very long-lasting and very ambivalent historiographical tradition that Christopher Tarman, in his 2011 book, The Debate on the Crusades, has very masterfully explored. Basically, we can divide the Crusades into two types of narratives, either the dark legend of the Crusades of these ignorant, hypocritical, fanatical barbarians who use religion just to go and plunder the East, or the more romantic pink legend approach of chivalry and the defense of Christendom, which is precisely also the image that right-wing, extremist right-wing movements today want to rehabilitate from the Crusades. The problem, of course, is that as academics, we know that neither of these two images is true. Probably the Crusades lies somewhere in the middle, but most of the public discourse around the Crusades centers about one of these two ends of the debate. So the first title that I chose to explore is Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2 is a game that initially came out in 1999. The definitive edition came out in 2019. It was produced by Xbox Game Studios and Microsoft Studios, and its period is centered from the 5th to the 16th century. Now, it is a real-time strategy, but it's also a very good example of how Chapman's categories are not absolutes, but are more like a range, because the game modes of the game of Age of Empires 2 includes two separate modes. The campaigns, which are very narratively driven, closer to reconstructionist simulations, and the custom battle scenarios, which are brought closer to to conceptual styles of simulations. It is important also to keep in mind that the game offers an encyclopedia which provides historical context. This is interesting because, for example, when one approaches the encyclopedia in the game under entry on the Crusades, the entry is heavily based on the Crusades to the east without mentioning the other scenarios. Also, the game strictly sets the causes of the Crusade on the defeat of the Byzantines at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 and the subsequent call for aid to the papacy by Emperor Alexius. This means that from the very beginning, Age of Empires 2 is giving a narrative about the Crusades that is based on the clash of civilizations discourse and only explicitly centered around the clashes between Christians and Muslims. Of course, this has immediate problematic implications considering the way in which the Crusades are used today for political ends. Now, the game mechanics are very teleological. The basic idea is that you have a series of ages that you jump from one to the other by gathering resources and investing them in infrastructure and technology. Now, when we see the game directly, there is nothing that points too much to crusading, at least in the gameplay mechanics. There is nothing in the technology tree, in the general technology tree that points to the crusade in the monastery, which is the main religious building. And really the way in which crusading is integrated into the game is through the characteristics of various civilizations. So for example, the Teutons can recruit Teutonic knights. The Lithuanians, their special units in Norse armor, which probably points to the fact that they were fighting heavily armored troops in their wars against the Teutonic Order. Really, the only element that includes the Crusades as a gameplay mechanic is through the case of the Sicilians, which is a DLC civilization for the game. The Sicilians have a special and a unique technology called the First Crusade, in which it turns your villagers into crusaders. Now, it's an interesting mechanic because it does seem to point to something that is historically accurate, and is that the First Crusade was it included the participation of lots of common people besides knights or quote-unquote professional warriors. As our sources tell us, in the First Crusade participating knights, but also participated peasants and monks, although they were forbidden to do it, but some monks participated. And such. So this technology would seem to point to the popular nature of the First Crusade. However, the more interesting approach that the game does to crusading is through their campaigns. There are two main campaigns that are strictly focused on rivalries between Christians and Muslims. Are the one that is about Saladin and the one about El Cid in Spain. I will focus just on the Saladin one because many of the comments that I have about this campaign can be extrapolated to the other ones. Basically, when we approach the campaigns about the Crusades in Age of Empires 2, the main issue is the same that can be found in Reconstructionist games. The narrative and characterization are fixed, with player freedom limited to the solving of the scenarios. The narratives are rather straightforward, although the game does not shy away from altering events or relying on previous characterization to convey its ideas. So, for example, the campaign uses a lot this notion of the cruel and hypocritical crusader. When the game is introducing, for example, the Battle of Houghton, the narrative says, at night the Saracens ride out and extravagantly pour out vessels of water into the sand with its sight of the thirst-crazed Europeans. It is cruelty worthy of a crusader. It is also not, the game also changes the dates and some of the events to point out their larger message about crusading. So for example, after Saladin conquers Jerusalem in 1187, the narrator, who is a Norman crusader captured by Saladin some 15 years before the fall of the city, he states that the last time that he entered into Jerusalem, he did it as a bloody conqueror, which would mean that he's around like 100 years old, because the episode that he is calling into is the fall of Jerusalem in 1095, almost 100 years before Saladin recaptured the city. Again, the game is making this differentiation in the narrative to point out a larger message, which is a very strong condemnation of the Crusades. In this sense, the scenarios tend to try to explain the particular way in which the different battles took place without really giving much of a context of what is actually happening. So for example, when you have the case of the Battle of the Houghton, which is in 1187, that's a little mistake by me, the game tells you that you should capture the relic of the Holy Cross, but you really do not get a significance of why capturing the relic is actually important, or what is the role that it played in crusading mentality or in the larger dynamics of crusading warfare. The second game that I chose is Medieval 2 Total War. It is set between the 11th and the 16th century, and it's more clearly a conceptual game in which it is based in strategy, and the player has a lot of freedom to achieve the goals established by the game, which normally includes conquering a series of territories and some key cities. The game is divided in two forms of game: a general map of the Mediterranean world, in which you manage your empire and you move your agents and armies around. This is the most conceptual part of the game, because the map is just a conceptual representation of the Middle Ages, of medieval Europe. While the second part is real-time strategy battles in which large armies fight one another. This means that the game is very well equipped to explore military aspects of medieval warfare, with problems, of course, as any game does, but it's really not very useful to explore other aspects of medieval social dynamics. The main reason for this is because everything in the game is controlled from a centralized point of government, giving the impression that medieval kingdoms functioned more as modern nation states than as decentralized political units. Of course, as it is expected, this impacts the way in which the Crusades are implemented within the game. The first thing that we have to keep in mind is that in order to call a crusade, the player can ask the Pope to do it. If the player has enough favorable relations with the papacy, the player can ask the Pope to call a crusade on a particular city. Now, an interesting thing that the game does is that you can call crusades on Muslim settlings or on excommunicated factions, which would be crusades against heretics, or against some rebel cities, which would be crusades against pagans. So in this sense, the game is very, very interestingly tries to implement other spaces of crusading beyond just the Middle East. Once a crusade has been called, the way in which the game it impacts the gameplay in several ways. First, Crusader armies are allowed to recruit very cheap mercenaries and pilgrims in order to go to the Crusade's destination, and armies move way faster. Again, this points to some of the dynamics about the historical Crusades, right? The importance of moving towards the goal of the expedition. For example, if you start attacking other enemies instead of those that the army is supposed to be recruited for, you start having desertions within the army, which is, as we know, is an actual historical event. Also, the recruitment of pilgrims also portrays the popular nature of many of these expeditions. However, the problem, and this derives from the main mechanic of the game, is that crusading ends up being something of a proto-colonial project within Medieval 2 Total War. Since the whole game is controlled from a centralized point of power, if you conquer Jerusalem, you still control Jerusalem, let's suppose, as the English, and you govern Jerusalem from London. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but just the way in which the gameplay mechanics are framed gives a very erroneous notion of what crusading was. Again, the important thing here is, and it is the point that I really want to drive home, is that in any of these cases, there's given an explanation of what the Crusades actually were. So the game is portraying some correct and some incorrect dynamics about crusading, but it doesn't really tell you why these things are happening, right? This changes a little bit, but not too much on the expansions of the game. Due to the success of Medieval 2 Total War, 1 or 2 years later, the Creative Assembly, which is the company that produces the game, launched an expansion in which included 2 new campaigns. The first one was what they call the Crusades campaign, which is set in the time of the Third Crusade. in which the player gets to fight as the Byzantine Empire, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Turks, Egypt, or the Principality of Antioch. Now, this one is interesting in the sense that it is based on the idea of the Crusade as an epic space. First, when you begin the campaign, you really cannot change diplomatic relations. So, for example, you play as the Kingdom of Jerusalem, you're immediately allied with the Principality of Antioch and immediately at war with the two other Muslim political entities. This has two implications. First, Crusading is once again seen as a civilizational conflict in which diplomatic approaches between Muslims and Christians are difficult, if not impossible. And second, once again, Crusading is understood through a national identity lens. We know that relations between Crusaders and Muslims in the Middle Ages during the period of the Crusades were complicated. You could have the Prince of Antioch allied to the ruler of Damascus against the Count of Edessa, because political dynamics function beyond national dynamics. Also, it is important to keep in mind that you can use some famous characters of the whole of this particular period, like Saladin, Nur al-Din, King Philip Augustus, or Richard I. Once again, the game is playing on the idea of the Crusade as an epic story in which larger-than-life historical characters by their own will somehow mold the events around them, very close to, for example, cinematographic representations of the Crusades like Kingdom of Heaven. On the other hand, the Baltic campaign is based on the wars of the Teutonic Knights against the Lithuanians and the Prussians in the Baltic Sea. Again, the way in which Crusading is incorporated is on the one hand through the conversion of the population, but most importantly through aiding Western Crusaders fight pagans in the Baltic, which again, as we know, is a historical element. We know that during the period of the 100 Years' War, nobles from France and England would go on quote-unquote vacation tours to the Baltic to fight pagans, and they expected, and in exchange, they would give donations to the Teutonic Knights. Once again, the problem here is not accuracy. We do have mechanics that accurately represent some of the dynamics of the Crusades. The problem is, what are these dynamics actually telling us about this particular phenomenon? The last one that I want to focus on very quickly is Crusader Kings 3. Crusader Kings is a grand strategy game and what we could also call a ruler simulator, in the sense that you embody the head of a noble family that rules a particular territory, be it a county, a dukedom, a kingdom, or an empire. And through feudal relations, you try to expand your territory. Now, the game has no explicit objectives. The player is given a lot of freedom of what they want to do throughout their campaign. And it is based on the personal relations that characterize the feudal system, through something called the opinion system that is based on what different rulers think about one another. This means that the game heavily focuses on religious and cultural policy and vassal relations and feudal legislation, but offers little control over the battles. In the case of the Crusades, the game offers also a very interesting example. First of all, different from medieval tutorial world, the player has no control over the crusade. The Pope calls it, and the player can only choose either to join the expedition or to not join the expedition. In case the player does not join the crusade, then he suffers an opinion penalty with his Catholic vassals, and and most importantly with those vassals that belong to the clergy, like bishops. On the opposite, if the player participates in the crusade, he gets a series of boosts regarding their interactions with other Catholic rulers. And in the case that the territory is conquered, in this case Jerusalem, if Jerusalem is conquered after the end of the crusade, the player can choose a beneficiary from his or her vassals to become the new ruler of the area conquered. Again, this is very interesting from a historical perspective because it more accurately represents the feudal dynamics that could be behind political organizations after each crusading expedition. Let's remember that the foundation of the Latin kingdoms after the First Crusade was pretty much done by feudal lords through their efforts and what they considered their contribution to the whole expedition. So Crusader Kings 3 also explores these dynamics in what we could call a historically accurate fashion. The problem is that since we cannot play with theocracies at this moment in the game, we cannot play with the papacy. And since we cannot play with the papacy, it is very difficult to explore what causes of the Crusades actually were. Which brings me to my main conclusion, and what does this very dull and probably boring list of rights and wrongs adds up to. Again, we are not talking here about accuracy. These games can portray accurate elements about the Crusades, be it the popular nature of the First Crusade, or the way in which pilgrims would desert crusading if the crusade deviated from its target, or some of the feudal relationships behind the Crusades. The problem is that the way in which crusading is used does nothing to combat misappropriation of the Crusades, because it never really tells you what the Crusades were. And this is the important thing. The player is supposed to bring their own understanding of what the Crusades were and why they happened into the game. These games only tell you how they happened, the logistics of crusading, but it really doesn't tell you anything about the motivations, the Western context, the mentalities behind crusading. In this sense, video games very easily seem to lend themselves to the clash of civilizations narrative. Therefore, by not exploring the causes and motivations, video games end up reproducing the two narratives explored by Tyerman. Either you have them as romantic epic or as religious hypocrisy, with the second one being the most prevalent for the case of video games. Now, why is this the specific case for the Crusades? I really have no definitive answers yet, but I do have some ideas. The first one and the most obvious one is the political and economic motivations for the developers. Since games want to maximize the profit, they want to also appeal to the largest audience possible. If you start dealing with the causes of the Crusades and the implications for Christians and Muslims, not only then, but also now, you're dealing yourself in a very polemical political debate. And the best way to avoid this issue, is just to avoid the debate completely. This is also because of the very long and ambiguous historiographical tradition around the Crusades. Even if the Crusades are seen today by many, and that includes me, as a very negative period of history, it is still a fundamental part of many historical national narratives. This means that, again, although for example, we cannot play as the Holocaust or slavery, because the Crusades are so ingrained into national historical traditions, it makes them more easily usable in popular media, be it films or video games. Again, the problem is, what are we actually exploring when we introduce them into video gaming? Another issue could be the way in which game development works. And in this, I mean that it could be in some cases that the idea about the game comes before the actual context of the game. So for example, let's take the case of Medieval 2 Total War, right? The Total War video game series is a long-standing video game series. By the time Medieval 2 came out, it was already like the 5th entry into the game. Now, I believe, because titles like Dante's Inferno seem to have the same issue, that when the developers were creating Medieval 2 Total War, they had the plaintiff of what the game is, the grand strategy map, the battles, and the centralized administration, and then they put the Middle Ages on top of it, twerking some of the mechanics in order to better accommodate it to the period. But the issue is here that the main criteria is not the historicity of the game, is the way in which the game plays. And finally, the political and cultural implications behind gamifying history and making it fun. Jörg Friedrich, in a 2020 paper that he wrote about World War II video games, mentions this issue, and I think it can also be applied to the Crusades. For example, if we think about games about World War II, we do not see Nazis doing Nazi stuff, because since we are engaging with a video game, it is easy to fall into a possible trivialization of history by making it just an engagement of entertainment. Now, we know that games do more than this. Games can help to provide historical knowledge and also to configure our notions of the past. But just by the fact that you're making it fun, this seems to have a series of epistemological limits when we approach determined elements. So, for example, let's think about a game in which we are trying to portray the Crusades in a much more historically accurate fashion around mentalities and the justification that these people had to participate in this series of expeditions. The problem would be, how can you design this type of game in which combat is part of the fun, but not end up, for example, demonizing or mischaracterizing the opposing side, be it Muslims, be it heretics, or be it pagans. Finally, I want to conclude with just also one final idea, and is that video games are very good at using counterfactual history in order to explore causality. This brings some ideas about how could we possibly use crusading in a more nuanced fashion, and it could be, maybe let's think about a game in which the Crusades do not have to happen. This would be interesting because if we create gameplay mechanics around what could unleash a crusade, then we are exploring the actual causes and mentalities of the whole event. Now, the problem is that this would seem counterintuitive, because avoiding a historical event from happening would seem to go against the nature of a historical event. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. It's like having a game about the Crusades in which the whole purpose is to prevent the Crusades from happening. These are just some of the ideas that I wanted to share with you about my first exploration of Crusades in games. I hope this has been interesting for you, and I will be willing to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Very much indeed, man. That was really, really interesting, and I appreciate you taking the time to tune in from the other side of the pond, as it were. Let me just, if you stop sharing your screen just for a second. We are slightly pressed for time, but is there any questions that anyone has for fun?
Ooh, I'm sorry. I just realized that I took way too much time. I'm very sorry about that.
No problem at all. It was really good.
As someone who's committed more hours than I care to Crusader Kings 2, I'm really interested to hear someone cast an expert eye over it. I just missed the last part of your talk, so forgive me if you addressed this, but I was wondering, and I know this isn't necessarily your area of research, but it strikes me that the three games that you spoke about struggle to engage with the Crusades in a way that maybe respects where scholarship in Crusades has gone. Are there other media outside of the three big studio games that you've spoken about? Are there smaller games? Are there films? Are there TV shows? Or are there kind of comics? Or is there a movement which, in a contemporary setting and in a popular setting, tries to speak to the Crusades in a way that reflects where research is at the moment?
Thank you for the question, and I think that's precisely the problem, because out of the top of my head, I really cannot think about anyone specific. As I mentioned, the main problem seems to be about this problem of integrating the Crusades in a way that actually explains causality. Now, it would be unfair to try to put the whole burden of explaining the causes of the Crusades in a video game when academia has no consensus about this. But again, from the top of my head, the Crusades tend more often than not in other forms of media, be it like films. I mean, the one that comes to mind immediately is, for example, Kingdom of Heaven, right? If you take a movie like Kingdom of Heaven does explore a lot of the mentality around it, but the way in which explore it is through the Black legend of the Crusades. So you have the fanatic Templars in which they go and kill everybody because God wills killing, while Balian of Evil is like this semi-modern character. And there seems to be the problem, and is that when approaching the Crusades in media, we know it's unavoidable to end up introducing modern perceptions of the phenomenon and contemporary politics and history. But the main issue, but then what video games tend to do, or films tend to do, is kind of to show you what the events were and let you feel in why they happened. This is something that I forgot to mention, is that games tend to show the Crusades just as unavoidable or given. This illusion of history that because we have a narrative of the past, events seem like they were destined to happen in the way in which they happened, which again lends itself very easily to the classes of civilizations narrative that we have today. So to answer briefly your question, at the top of my head, I really cannot think about a cultural product, be it a movie or a game, that would deal with the causes of crusading from a more academically rigorous perspective without very easily falling into the Black legend or the romantic version of the Crusades.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Juan Manuel, and you may recognize this is me, Andrew. I have obviously a question. I liked that you separated historiography and political radicalization and games and pedagogy in one of your early slides. I'm not going to talk about games and pedagogy because the expert on that is sitting right opposite me and about to talk now. Historiography and political radicalization, I think that's a really interesting separation, but what if the political radicalization is historiography to them? It's just bad, right? You mentioned Brenton Tarrant, right? The Christchurch terrorist, who's drawing on people like Robert Spencer, like Yor, Baragella, all of the online counter-jihad movement. And of course, you don't go very far until you get to Anders Behring Breivik and his manifesto of 1,500 words. Now, his manifesto, for those who've read it, is nonsense. It's complete rubbish, but he doesn't know that. So he thinks he's doing historiography. And I wonder if that impacts the way that, putting historiography on one side and radicalization on the other. How do we know we're the good guys, I guess, is my awful question to you.
I mean, that's a very difficult question because, as you mentioned, political radicalization, and at least in the weaponization of history, the very weaponization of history is a historiographical exercise, right? You're taking a version of an event from the past and you build a narrative around it about what you choose to include and exclude, and hence you have the narrative there. I think that maybe where the problem lies, and this is something that I have been thinking about, is when we think, for example, about the way in which games are used in history, or to some extent, even the way in which history and medieval history is used in political speech today, facts really don't seem to matter much. It seems to me that it's really not about the facts, it's about the rhetoric that is used to convey those particular facts. And there is where it seems for me that the problem lies. It's very difficult also to address, because when you, as you ask, when you have who are the good guys and who are the bad guys through a historiographical approach, the only way in which we could determine this would be through the tools that we call the academic rigorous historical method to try to discern what happened in the past. But for the case of games and for the case of films, we know that this does not apply. We cannot use the same criteria because video games and films are not trying to do this. Hence, then the problem is, what can we do? And that's where I think that the main problem with popular historiography today is not about facts, it's about rhetoric. I think we had a conversation about this once, and is that I haven't met the first person who was de-radicalized by showing them that they got historical information wrong. It doesn't seem to be about the fact, it's about the contemporary identity and the rhetoric behind that contemporary rhetoric. And there is where I think that the real issue about game studies could lie. It's not about, is the game showing us historically accurate information? Again, these games can do that. Is how can we use this particular rhetoric to combat the weaponization of history? I don't know if I'm actually addressing your question, but again, this link about historiography and political radicalization today, it's very, very difficult to address in a short question, but that's what I would dare to propose.
Okay, well, we best move on to our next speaker. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
That was really, really interesting talk. Thank you very much. So our next and final speaker today is Dr. Robert Houghton. I believe I'm saying his surname right. And the paper titled Awesome but Impractical, Deeper Engagement with the Middle Ages Through Digital Games. Robert Houghton is a senior lecturer in medieval history at the University of Winchester, with research foci around Italian socio-political networks and engagement with the Middle Ages through modern games. He has recently edited several volumes, including Playing the Crusades, the Middle Ages in Modern Culture with Karl Alderstad, Conflict and Violence in Medieval Italy, 568 to 1154 with Christopher Heath, Teaching the Middle Ages through the Modern Games, using modding and creating games for education and impact, and Playing the Middle Ages, Pitfalls and Potential in Modern Games. Robert is a senior games editor at the Public Medievalist, leads the organization of the Middle Ages in Modern Games annual Twitter conference, and associated events and publications, and has consulted on a range of games, including Crusaders King 2 and Rulers of the Sea. His current work addresses the representation of the Middle Ages within computer games.
Just shift that slightly. Oh, that's fine. Thank you, John, and apologies because when I sent you the blurb to read out, I didn't realise quite how pretentious it sounds using the word foci, even if it is technically grammatically correct. Throw out some simulacra just to balance things out. Brilliant, thanks very much. Okay, thanks to John and to Lindsay again. Thank you very much for having me. The last time I was in Lincoln was back in 2015 at the Middle Ages in the Modern World Conference. And in fact, at this very lectern, I don't think we had the accessibility ramp over there, but I did have to be reminded not to wander away from the mic because it can't pick up the sound. And also I'm liable to fall off the stage. So thank you very much for having me back. In that paper, I was trying desperately to persuade people that games are important when it comes to medieval history. And in the intervening years, things have shifted around a bit. And in many respects, this paper is a bit of a spiritual successor of what I was chatting about 7 years ago. I should also say that there's been a huge range of really important papers here today. And so much so this has thrown me very slightly because I normally work with games. And when I'm not working with games, I'm working with other forms of popular audiovisual media primarily. So films, occasionally with literature. This really has driven home to me how little I was aware of what's going on in the heritage sector more broadly within museums, within sites and so forth. So thank you all an incredible amount for what you've been saying today. It's really opened my eyes. Many of you will also have noticed me typing like a mad thing because I showed up today thinking this is my bread and butter. This is what I do for a living. I run a class which is basically this lecture. My hubris got the better of me because I showed up with the sum total of my lecture notes being talk about Middle Ages in computer games. You'll see me frantically, this is obviously a prop. Sorry, just to highlight this. I know this can get you into all manner of problems, especially as this is being recorded. So you'll have seen me typing furiously, trying to incorporate all these elements of heritage, trying to make this paper somewhat more relevant. And I appreciate I've just wasted the first 3 minutes of my paper explaining all of this. So please do give me a shout when I've got about 5 minutes left and I will wrap things up because I have no idea how long this is going to end up. So, as I've said though, this is a continuation of my paper back in 2015 about games being important. And I would love to take credit for this kind of mood swing within the sector, within the field. The games can have a substantial influence on their players' thoughts about the Middle Ages, on their interest in the Middle Ages. I would love to be able to lay claim to this, however, I can't. There are a huge number of people who've done a lot more work on this than I have done much better work than I have. Just to name a handful, Jamie Wood and Eve Sterling have looked at the representation of history in general within games. If you've not read their work, please do. It will persuade you that games are relevant for teaching of history. And even more so, Sian Beavers, in her recent PhD thesis down at the Open University, also conveniently open access, has done a vast study and a really important qualitative survey of how much players get out of games, looking particularly at the ancient period, but you know, aside from medieval, it's one of the best periods. But why are games so influential? Let's start with the basics. So games command a huge audience. We've got to the point now where games have the greatest turnover, the greatest financial turnover of any media, and that's been the case for 2 or 3 years now, depending on how you calculate it. Games sell more than film, than TV, than literature. Perhaps more importantly, they represent the most consumed media by hours. Again, depending on which survey you're looking at, from anyone up to the age of 30, potentially up to the age of 35, possibly up to the age of 42, which is reassuring from my perspective. So games have access to a huge audience. Of course, they're going to have an influence on some part of this audience. More than this, though, games are interactive. In some ways, this isn't anywhere near as deep as the interaction that Jeppe was talking about within his presentation, around reenactment. But in other ways, this interactivity is much deeper. You can do things within games that you can't do within real life for financial, organizational, or legal reasons. If you want to wander around the remote wastelands of northern Scandinavia, carrying a jewel-encrusted axe, leading a band of thousands of supporters and murdering people as you go, you can do this in a game. There are several problems which I probably don't need to highlight if you were to attempt to do this on your summer holidays. Beyond this, and kind of as part and parcel of this interactivity, games are co-authored. So unlike most other forms of media, but share in common with reenactment, we have to consider gamers as co-authors with the creators of games. Players have a role in the construction of narratives. Their decisions create a deeper consideration of issues and this all facilitates the retention of information and ideas. Just like with interactivity, this means that games can have a much deeper, much more permanent impact on their players than many other ways of engaging with the Middle Ages. Games can also represent bigger worlds. So at the most basic here, there's much more to see and do in the world, in the massive world provided with open world games like The Witcher, than we can ever really hope to provide at a historical site, within films, within literature, and so forth. In other directions, Crusader Kings provides a ridiculous degree of detail about the medieval political world, something that we won't find in any other form of media. Likewise, Skyrim has more text to it, and I believe it's about 10 times as much text as the entirety of A Song of Ice and Fire. There's a huge amount of this material for players to encounter, to explore. The sort of reconstructions and overlays that Emily was describing in her paper, these are brilliant ideas. I really want to see these incorporated within museums, but these are things that already exist within games, very much as part of the user interface. Games can do this on a much greater scale, and they can allow the player to explore almost as they wish. And also because these are built into the game, these are built into the structure of the game, we don't have to worry about issues around internet access or nesting birds in remote castles. We also don't have to worry about period buildings being obscured by more modern architecture, like Abigail highlighted with Brayford Pool. So that aside from a few oddities within games, and quite often the Assassin's Creed games, they go off in a wild left turn when it comes to representing medieval buildings. So we have the cathedral in Florence, Duomo in Assassin's Creed 2, which looks lovely and medieval, but the facade of the building, the facade of the cathedral, is a 17th or 18th century medievalist reconstruction. Likewise, in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, we have stave churches, we have Norman castles kicking around in 9th century Norway and England, respectively. Even in these cases, though, the environment looks the part, and players use these buildings for navigation, just like Abigail says, with regards to Lincoln. But because these are all medieval or medieval-ish buildings, they really build on the sense that this is a real environment for the player to explore. Not only do these buildings exist to be explored, they're important. They're an important way of finding your way around the environment. I really wish I had thought to use the Lincoln of Assassin's Creed Valhalla as an example here, because that was an open goal. And I was napping, I apologize. Beyond this, games portray history through their mechanics. And this is something that Juan was conveniently talking about in some depth, so hopefully I can save a few minutes here. But players must learn the mechanics within a game in order to progress. So like I say, Juan's outlined this already, but just to reiterate, so this all goes back to Bogost's outlining of the use of mechanics to tell stories within games through procedural rhetoric. So the rules of a game basically define the history that they portray. And as Juan Manuel outlined, Chapman takes this further and emphasizes the use of this approach within contextual simulations like Civilization, like Total War, like Crusader Kings 2, 3, whichever you prefer. And as Juan has explained, these mechanics drive particular accounts of history in a way that other forms of history simply don't. So certainly some similarities with reenactment, some similarities with heritage sites, but nevertheless it's a bit distinct. It's something that tends to leave its mark on the player. They have to learn the history in order to win. And games also engage their players through play. And this could be as simple as playing through the game, or it can be doing something a bit more advanced, a bit more developed around or within the game. Things like challenges like speed runs, like stealth runs, this sort of thing. The formation of alliances or guilds. Collaborate construction within a game, as we see in the bottom right here in Minecraft. This is a medieval hamlet constructed by about 100 players over a matter of weeks. It's spectacular. I have no idea how they got the time for this. And likewise, out with the games themselves, to use the modifications of Civilization of any number of other games. And all of this applies to games set in any period, but there's a growing body of evidence that this is particularly potent within the pre-modern world, and particularly within games which relate to the medieval world or games which use medieval elements. There's a couple of reasons for this. First of all, games quite often represent the main form of interaction with the Middle Ages for their audience. I'm almost certain that anybody who's taught any form of medieval history, medieval English over the last decade or so will have had a couple of students telling them they got into this subject because of playing a game. And as Fran's noted, there's very little medieval history gets taught within schools. I believe A-levels is down to a module on the Tudors at the moment, which may be medieval, who can say? And yeah, heritage, as a number of you have highlighted, heritage is often obscured by more recent periods. Beyond this, the alien nature of the Middle Ages can make games that little bit more potent. People are more prone to role play in these periods. They're more prone to engage with them in a different manner through games, simply because it's a world that doesn't quite fit with modern sensibilities. So, in some, games can have an awesome impact on their players. And they can allow a much deeper engagement, well, they can allow a deeper engagement with history than we perhaps find in other directions. and especially with medieval history. But there are a number of issues which limit the value of this engagement and currently make the use of most games for outreach, for popular history, for public history rather, impractical. And there are three things I want to talk about in the remainder of this presentation. And I realise this is probably the longest cold open that I've ever done. So there are three things I want to talk about. First of all, I want to talk about the difficulties in using games in general for doing history, because there's obviously a lot of overlap with medieval games and games set in other periods. However, I'm then going to go on and talk about difficulties specific or particularly aggravated when it comes to medievalist games. Because I think there are a few factors which apply to games set in the Middle Ages which don't apply to games set in the modern period or even the ancient period. And finally, I'm going to talk about ways in which we may be able to overcome these difficulties. So, as I say, there are difficulties in using games to engage with history of any period. And a large part of this ultimately, broken the thing, there we go. A large part of this ultimately comes down to what makes games so influential in the first place. Games typically seem to be authoritative. We can tie this back to what Andrew was saying right at the start of the conference here. So everybody claims authority when they're talking about history to some degree. And all of the issues that Andrew and Jeppe and a number of other speakers today have highlighted, all of these issues in other forms of media, in other engagements with the past, apply to games. Game developers claim historical authority within their worlds, but players are typically quite cynical about these claims. Going to go back to Sian Beaver's work, she's highlighted that games are amongst the least trusted form of media amongst any groups. And this is brilliant. We should be cautious about what games are saying. So Ubisoft, back in 2007, with the original Assassin's Creed, they put this great weight on historical accuracy. They did away with crossbows because they were historically inaccurate. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla, accuracy kind of reaches the point where you're riding around 9th century England on a massive wolf. So there are varying degrees of accuracy here. There are varying degrees of authority that players will accept. However, games, because of their mechanics, because of their procedural rhetoric, because of the way they talk about history, they can claim authority in a somewhat different way and a somewhat more insidious way. The ideas that game mechanics put across are much harder to evade than the ones that are more blatant. And this has a particular impact because games follow a particular set of tropes. They have a particular set of tendencies common within the media, not universal, but common. So I've gone with perhaps the most common. Games are violent. We can't get around this, despite wanting to argue with the former president of the United States of America. Despite my wish to argue with everything this man says, I am unable to in this situation. Not all games are violent, but the vast majority of games focus around violence as a core, if not sole, element. Beyond this, games tend to focus on straight white men as lead characters. Women, people of color are marginalized or ignored outright. Everything tends to be about progress within games, which has an interesting impact when it comes to historical games. Civilization is a big offender here with its technology tree. Everything will always get better. You're going to research better and better technologies. It's a very Whiggish and quite disturbing view of history when we really pull it apart. And at the same time, certain subjects like religion tend to be avoided within games. And there's various different reasons for this. Very often along the lines of what is perceived as likely to sell well, or what is easy to program, or what players expect of games. And very often these gaming tropes have little, if anything, to do with history. We get a view of the past which is dictated largely by the circumstances of the media, rather the medium rather than any reference to historical research or even to popular history. It's also worth noting that the audience of historical games is fairly skewed in terms of demographics. So I can go into this in considerable more detail, but I'm not going to because it's after lunch already. Broadly speaking, we've reached the point now where we take gender as the core example here because it's nice and easy to gather statistics for. Broadly speaking, we're almost at the point now where we've got an equal split between male and female gamers. We're roughly at the point where it's 50% across games as a whole. However, within specific genres of games, we see vast variations, like right down at the bottom of the table here. And there are various surveys which come up with different results, but this is pretty standard. Right down at the bottom of the table, only 2% of gamers playing sports games are female. The games which tend to represent history most often fall into the strategy genres, first-person shooters, adventure games, and occasionally role-playing games. This leads to men being more influenced by games than women, simply because more men are playing the games. But more importantly, this leads to male-dominated spaces within and around most games. And this has significant impact on the history that they provide, partly because it's what the developers are designing for. They're designing for this group of white, straight men. But partly because it's these players playing the games, this group playing the games, bringing in their own analysis and so forth. And this is particularly important within games because players have such an important role as co-authors. They've been granted this interactivity with the games. They're able to tell the sorts of history that they want to tell. And this allows players to bring their own perceptions of history and society into the play of the games. They bring their own, and very often they'll bring popular understandings into games much more intimately than they do within other media. Like Andrew said, everyone has their own perspective on the period, or on history in general, and games allow these perspectives to be brought to the fore much more prominently. It's also worth highlighting that groups around games often contain active and vocal elements which lean right-wing, which lean extremist. And again, this is something Juan mentioned in his talk. So we see the alt-right, we see Al-Qaeda, we see the army getting involved in games. All of this slants the view presented within them. So, and as I say, this is something that occurs within games dealing with any period of history. But it's perhaps particularly prominent in pre-modern periods and especially within the Middle Ages. And there are a few reasons for this. First of all, as I've said, there are a relative lack of other influences on many of these players' perceptions of the Middle Ages. We just don't talk about it in school. We have marvelous heritage sites, but if you don't leave the country, you're never going to get a view of what things were like in the Middle East, things were like in Europe, and so forth. Beyond this, medievalist tropes often align and exaggerate gaming tropes to a substantial extent, or they interact in weird and occasionally interesting ways. So as Fran noted, medievalism is often about giving the audience what they expect to see. Jeppe also highlighted that reenactment films and games are all part of this broader scheme of popular medievalism. But the representations within games are moderated by the requirements and the expectations of games as a medium. So we see all of these tendencies, all of these tropes within popular conceptions of the Middle Ages, but they're being adjusted. They're being morphed by the requirements of games. So we see interesting things. So first of all, the basic ones, violence is everywhere within games, violence is everywhere within popular medievalism. Unsurprisingly, computer games tend to be particularly violent. Although notably, there's very clean violence a lot of the time. Anyway, that's a different subject. Likewise, women and people of colour within games tend to be marginalised. They tend to be marginalised within medieval studies. We get a bit of a perfect storm here. A bit more, moving on to something a bit more complex, I suppose, we very often get this narrative of progress present within computer games. This clashes with the presentation of the Middle Ages as the Dark Ages, as backwards, as obscure, as superstitious. So we get games like Civilization, which are presenting progress right the way through the Middle Ages, but doing it in a slightly odd way, a way that's focused around violence, around the dominance of the church, all of these issues. We also, and religion. Religion is everywhere within the Middle Ages, according to popular culture. It's fair enough, religion's fairly broad within the Middle Ages. But games are more dubious about representing this religion. It's a very easy way to get your game canned, to get it censored. So we tend to see in games, medieval games, religion is everywhere. We get all the architecture, all the material culture, often all the ominous Latin chanting that is associated with the Middle Ages. But it's done in a really superficial manner. We get all the ritual, but none of the faith. The one exception, I'm very glad Juan brought this up, the one exception is this clash of civilizations narrative, which shows up invariably when the Crusades come up. It's also worth noting that particular genres dominate games set in the Middle Ages. And in particular, we've got these, perhaps the three most prominent medievalist games currently: Assassin's Creed, retrospection of one of the Assassin's Creed Valhalla image here, but here we are. Assassin's Creed, so all these adventure games with a focus on close-up and graphic violence. We have role-playing games. Role-playing games are particularly big within medievalist games, very often with fantasy elements and all the baggage that comes along with that. And likewise, strategy games which emphasize the power and authority of rulers, as one is highlighting, presenting these very particular genre-specific views of the world of the period. So all of this aggravates the issues associated with gender share. All of these genres are dominated by men. Medievalist games may have the largest male audience proportionally of games set in any period. We need to work on precise stats for that, but that seems to be the way things are going. But also the particular tropes around these genres, the particular tendencies, get emphasized around the Middle Ages. And there's also plenty of ground for popular medievalist tropes to take root through forums and through role-play. Okay, brilliant. So again, as Jeppe has highlighted with reenactment, so we see this crossover between persona and modern day identity, this form of role-playing and interpretations and interactions around games are particularly vulnerable to shifts towards popular history, regardless of the intentions of the developers. So we've said developers are co-authoring with their players. There's only so much they can do to determine how things are represented. And finally, extremist groups around medievalist games can be particularly vocal. So Andrew and Fran have talked about the dumpster fires in medieval Twitter over the last few years. This finds a strong overlap with a similar set of dumpster fires over in gaming Twitter. So just as Juan has suggested, there's plenty of overlap between these groups, between the alt-right in gaming and the alt-right in the medieval studies. We find this in Twitter, we find this in other spaces in and around medieval games, and it can be a particularly disturbing place as a result. So, swiftly then, what can we do? Because we can't resolve all of these issues for everyone. I very much feel that medieval scholars trying to do stuff with medieval games. It's very much like the pebbles trying to vote for the avalanche to stop. Babylon 5, thank you. So what can we do though? There are things we can do to alleviate these difficulties for some people, to make engaging with history through games that little bit more practical. And perhaps most basically, we need to understand how games represent the Middle Ages and how this is different from medievalism more generally. We also need to understand why games take these approaches. So yes, medievalism is a massive factor, but there's also these restrictions and expectations around game design and game development. At its most basic, we need to engage with medievalist games. So this can be through Let's Plays, this can be through reading reviews, but the best way is to play, not necessarily sinking hundreds of hours into particular games, but a few hours here and there just to get an idea of what they're representing, how they're representing it. It's also important to look at a broad range of games. Don't just sit playing Skyrim for hundreds of hours, although that is awesome. We need to look across genres. So as I've said, genre plays a huge role in the way history is represented within games. It's also worth looking at niche games, things by indie studios, games that don't necessarily have the budget to provide huge, beautiful graphics, like the ones I've got on the screen. In retrospect, should have put some more indie games up here. Apologies for that. It's also important to play other games, to engage with games more broadly. Well, I will wrap up, apologies. To engage with games more broadly. So yeah, to compare games set in other periods and to look at non-historical games, to look at what games can do to represent society and what could be adapted to work with the Middle Ages. It's worth engaging with developers, whether that's working with Crusader Kings 2 to provide, well, I'll leave that for questions. It's worth engaging with, it's worth engaging with developers, whether that's working as a beta tester, working as a researcher, or just engaging with them, talking to the developers. But by and large, they tend to be quite happy to chat. Who knew? And perhaps most importantly of all, we need to engage with gamers. And this can be through more traditional elements, talking at conferences, providing open access articles, popular history articles, and so forth. Regrettably, that's come up. This is perhaps my proudest piece of impact. Setting objectives for players to complete. And this came about as this is a throwaway comment I made in an article I wrote on Public Medievalist years back. And this evolved into about half a dozen players trying to invade Russia as Harold II, Harold Godwinson. So I said Harold crushing William at Hastings would be inaccurate. Harold with his army of elephant-riding mercenaries from Bengal conquering the Russian steppes would be unrealistic. But a small group of players took this and ran with it, and indeed a couple of them completed it. There's plenty of scope to do this on a more serious basis, and I'd love to do so. So, to wrap things up then, very briefly, games are influential. I'm going to take that as read from now on. I will cut that entire first bit from future presentations. Games can be problematic, though. They can have all these various different issues when it comes to representing history, particularly around the expectations and requirements for games to actually function. And this is especially true when it comes to medievalist games. However, these difficulties can be overcome. And ultimately, perhaps we need to revise our goals for reach with these games in favour of deeper impact. We need to stop assuming that games must impact their whole entire vast audiences and instead aim for smaller changes, whether this is small elements of individual games or influencing how small groups of players engage with the game. We need to make players play critically. Under these more narrow constraints, with the acceptance that games are commercial products with their own peculiar demands, games can indeed be a deep and practical means to engage with the Middle Ages. Moreover, this engagement can be even more awesome. Thank you.
Really talk. Fantastic. With questions, if I may, jump in quickly. It's kind of like a devil's advocate question. I know you kind of touched on a lot of these already, but compared with things like with heritage and also reenactment, games and digital media is almost the kind of field which holds all the chips in terms of influence, but none of the desired responsibility of maybe some of those other fields that we've been talking about today. I'm just wondering.
No, this is absolutely right. I would love anyone working in the heritage sector to completely demolish any aspect or the entirety of what I've just been chatting about. But no, you're absolutely right. It's, yeah, games can be hugely commercially successful, and historical engagement tends to fall pretty low on the list of priorities for game developers. And this makes sense. They're commercial products. They need to be, moreover, they need to be playable. They need to be fun. So like a lot of the activities we've been talking about today with castles, with reenactment and so forth, there's always this element of things need to be fun. There's a bit of a shift going on. And I don't know how much this is to do with the role of academics getting more involved with games, but it's certainly not hurting. There's this bit of a shift towards a bit more historical responsibility, towards representing history in an interesting way. And we see this manifesting with the discovery tours in Assassin's Creed, with the depth of Crusader Kings Free, with Rulers of the Sea. They're going out of their way to create something that should be useful for teaching. And if they're halfway successful with what they're aiming for, then this is going to be fantastic. Regrettably, it's not part of the Middle Ages, but I threw it in anyway. And I think this is the thing. We need to recognize that games are different as a media, but they're different in scale as well. So games will always have this very broad strokes impact on a huge, vast audience who, well, they're playing it critically, but perhaps not as critically as we might like. There's still plenty we can do with that. And I will not express that at all. No.
I think is there any other questions?
Hey Rob, thank you. That was brilliant. I have a question about you talked about how kind of obviously the gaming industry is enormous and it wields a huge kind of paintbrush to craft medievalisms in the consciousness of a lot of people. I'm interested, I don't know if you've kind of explored this, about the culture of people taking games and modifying them and adapting them and crafting them. And I know that some games, I know for Skyrim, for example, modding culture is enormous. And some people take it upon themselves to turn dragons into the shapes of American states on the one hand, but other people will craft more authentic versions of clothing and of objects in the game. And so I was wondering if that community of modders that was kind of taking and crafting and kind of going beyond kind of the entertainment and more devoting a passion into, it kind of strikes me as kind of like fan fiction for literature, but it's in games. Like, is there something? Is that a field? Is there something? Is that an avenue in which we, the ivory tower types, can kind of play a role? I suppose it's up to us, but I was just wondering if you could speak a bit about that.
Absolutely. This is great. So thank you. Yeah, modding is vast. Very often almost as vast as the games themselves. So you talk about Skyrim. I think the point where I realized I played too many mods was when I had to fight Thomas the Tank Engine. But no, this is absolutely right. Modding can be used in various directions. So you're absolutely right. We can do the relatively well, I suppose, intellectually basic, but really important elements of making more authentic clothing. Brilliant stuff there. What I'm more interested in is the modification of mechanics, because if we take Chapman's arguments, so what games mechanics are effectively historical arguments. That's brilliant. So, but if we change those mechanics, we change the argument. And in a sense, then, if it's being done with appropriate research, if it's being done critically, modding can be seen as a form of historical debate. It can be time-consuming as all hell. It can be very tricky to do right or to do effectively. And it's a way of overcoming one of the key disadvantages with games. It's that they can only really ever present one vision of the past through their mechanics, because otherwise the game just breaks. You can't say, well, it could be population growth could happen because we have a food surplus, or it could happen because, well, people are people and they reproduce. And you can't have both of those arguments simultaneously. If you mod the game, though, if you mod civilizations and population growth only happens with the food surplus, well, population growth will happen whatever. Then you can create counter arguments, and this is a very basic example. The difficulty with it is the complexity behind a lot of computer game mechanics, and the fact that a lot of games hide these mechanics from the player. What I've been trying to do with this is shift to board games, because the mechanics have to be much simpler, because the player has to parse them. They have to calculate the outcomes. So I think there's a huge amount of potential here. And I'd be delighted to talk about how we apply this to heritage sites, the castles and so forth. But yeah, I think I've been using this for teaching at undergrad and postgrad level. There's potential to do it at lower levels of study as well. But yeah, brilliant, thank you.
I've got a question, if that's all right. Just thinking about it from a kind of heritage point of view, when we get the opportunity to represent places, or I think as someone mentioned earlier, the budget is not vast.
No.
And I'm just thinking what we did at Oxbury, we were looking at maybe £50,000 to reinterpret a stately home. Is there a way of bringing games into that? Because I'm also conscious that, they date really quickly. So how do you keep up with that technology when you've got no money?
Yeah. No, again, we're back to the pebbles and the avalanche.
Yeah.
It's basically, in a lot of respects, you just get lucky with what's been released recently. So I was talking to Abigail during the break about, well, using Assassin's Creed Valhalla and its representations of Lincoln, using that for heritage purposes, because it's been designed, it's right there. There are some massive problems with how the city is represented. I'll be honest with you, I've not made it that far through the game, but I would stake money on it, that there is something horribly wrong. The cathedral would be present or something. The hill would be too big, something like that. But putting it in a heritage environment, it perhaps helps get people to view it a bit more critically. And I think Fran might be about to eviscerate me for suggesting this, but you can provide the setting for it. And this is something we talk about a lot when we're talking about using games for education. So I'd love to just use the games as, this is your class, go off and play Crusading free for 2 hours. We need to embed that within the curriculum. Yeah. We need to get all the bits and pieces. So I think we kind of stuck with using computer games as a bonus.
Yeah.
Rather than as a central thing. And you're absolutely right, they're ridiculously expensive. They date ridiculously quickly. Board games are perhaps a different matter. And let's see, Laura Harrison's done a lot of great work on Scottish monuments and Scottish board games and the interaction between the two. She's been working, which was the last time I spoke to her, which was pre-pandemic, that's alarming. She's doing a lot of work on how we can use games as popular engagement with history. And I hate to say that works much better than mine, so try to check her out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will. I had a question about things like the Minecraft amazing medieval village and how much you or other people have looked into like how that is organized. Like, do these groups have a head of authenticity and people doing research, and how is that kind of all put together, and how does it happen?
This is one of those great questions where I get to throw my hands up and say, I don't know, but I do know who would. So Angus Moll, who's down at the University of Leiden, he's in fact the entire Arise group down there. They've done a load of work with getting students of various levels of study going right the way down to primary school to build, well, buildings from various different time periods. My understanding of it tends to be a bit of a hierarchy, quite similar to what Jeppe was talking about here. So there'll be a core group, perhaps a little bit democratic rather than a full-blown feudal pyramid, but there'll be a core group who know what they're doing, who give tasks to various players who assign, right, you're going to go and build a house over here. It needs to look quite a lot like the one next to it, but here are the variables available to you. At the same time, it's a ridiculously huge community. So I imagine we're going to see things varying from this very regimented, this is how things must be done, right the way through to, yeah, throw it together, do what you like. But no, yeah, get in touch with Angus, Aris, whose surname I'm going to murder, Aris Polypipotis, apologies Aris, and yeah, they're very willing to share their work. So.
Any more questions? Okay, well, thank you very much again. Round of applause. I'd also like to say, give a massive thanks as well to all of our speakers today. It's been absolutely fantastic. So I'd like another very short clap again. So if we just take a very quick break now, because I know we're running over, just grab a quick drink and then we can come back and hopefully have a good round table to finish off the day. So yeah, we'll be back in maybe 5 or so minutes. Hopefully, Juan, you can hang around for that if possible. Yes.
It's basically go out and, well, in my case, talk to gamers, so engage with them. You don't necessarily have to become a gamer, but just by playing the games, by interacting on the forums. Anyway, it's basically, I don't know, but is it similar with reenactment, with heritage? You kind of have to become the people you're talking to.
We are the people we're talking to. But that's where we recruit.
I mean, I'll say in heritage, I think the onus is very much on institutions to go out into the world, so to speak, into the forums of the fora. And I think our instinct is not necessarily to do that because of our institutional position of authority and legitimacy, and speaking to a constituency like gamers could, it's kind of institutions are not always the most agile to be able to respond to things, for example, so but yeah, I think the onus is on individuals to take the initiative where it's possible. I think that an aspect of the curation of the past, which I found interesting to work with in my job, which I think has some echoes in the world of gaming, at least, is working with a creative author, a creative writer for the Warkworth interpretation, because it's very much a dialogue. It's not the subject expert writing a brief and then correcting the drafts as they come in. Well, the ideal should be a dialogue about what makes sense for each person's set of expertise, and to create a final product is a collaborative effort, I think.
I think it's also about being really careful about defining kind of which communities it is that you're working with. And for instance, at Sutton Hoo, they have a really strong volunteer group, and they also have a group which is not, so there's a Sutton Hoo Society. Not all National Trust volunteers are Sutton Hoo Society members, and not all Sutton Hoo Society members are National Trust volunteers. And I think it's historically been a kind of both a source of tension, but also an amazing resource. And I think that might be the case for kind of several heritage sites. I'm finding it with Avebury as well. There's kind of these invested communities already that have opinions about how to tell stories. And I think historically, sometimes things might have been a bit too top down, but now things are kind of getting a little bit better. So it's around, if you're co-curating, like who's already kind of interested and doing things. So yeah, something I'd like to do a bit more of is there's so much richness in the kind of Sutton Hoo Society's kind of work and the things that they're already doing, and seeing how kind of that relates to the site. And it's very much linked to the ship that's being built as well. A lot of the people in the SHS are also involved in the shipbuilding, and so you start to be able to see how these individuals are kind of linking heritage places together and making it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very much calling on existing networks. I think I was speaking to some National Trust folk about a site that they're working on. Similar situation to in the sense that it's about finding groups in the community that are interested, that already are active and have a stake in it. Maybe a big group, it may be a small group, it may be individuals whose role is about caring for the site, rather than, in my case, rather than being subject experts or something like that. But finding a constituency which is proactive, and being able as an institutional representative or as an agent of that institution to find a way to work with that is a challenge. But I think that's where that co-curation can happen, I think.
Sorry, I suppose just to add, I suspect everybody else has got a much more scientific approach to this. But when it came to working with game developers, I took a very scattergun method. Basically, I sent out emails to several dozen companies and signed up for beta testing on anything that looked vaguely interesting, vaguely relevant. And most of the time it goes nowhere. But occasionally things go very, very well. Other times dozens of hours into something, and it gets cut from the final release. But I think that's the thing. You just have to go into it being prepared for everything to come to nothing, and act accordingly.
Right, so just following up on the interaction with gamers, one of our big events is the Games Expo. As reenactors, we take part in that. So we've got very much direct interaction with the gamers.
How does that work? What's the kind of dynamic there?
It's quite interesting. First of all, they are one of our biggest audiences. They are one of the big recruiting pools. But also we have the advantage of what we'll do is we'll try and show where the game breaks down. So we'll show, well, for example, as we just talked about in break, we would line up the equipment and put a Viking in front of it and start loading the equipment onto the Viking. And you typically line up what that person would be carrying around in a game. And it's just physically impossible. So just showing that, okay, there's a breakdown here. The game doesn't represent reality. But yeah, in terms of the co-curatorship, yes, our members are gamers, historical enthusiasts, amateurs, historians, archaeologists. So we already have the co-authorship built into what we do.
Just following up on that, Jeppe, arguably reenactment and living history, out of all the fields or spheres of society that we talk about today, does have the widest and most open sphere of influence, I suppose, socially, that anyone can get involved in. It does touch in so many elements of that. And kind of the similarities in terms of games with the influence that holds as well. It's interesting, those kind of the openness of reenactment in that discussion. That's more of a statement than a question, I suppose, but I don't know what you feel about that.
Well, as you say, yes, that's probably more a statement, but yeah, that's just the nature of reenactment, because the people we recruit are already interested in history for some reason, and that reason is often either games or film, or indeed that they are interested as professional. So yeah.
So what kind of interaction then do you have with when you're working with heritage sites? What's the kind of dialogue there then when you're like, is there some kind of shared aim or goal pre-decided before you kind of perform there, or
So what we normally have is that we get contacted as a society and asked if we can put on an event for a weekend, and what is agreed is a timeline. So what historical event is it that we're trying to represent at this particular weekend? So there'll be a year, and normally there'll be a historical battle of some sort involved in it. If there isn't, we will find something that is relatively local, if there isn't a local event. And then we'll build it up around that. And then we'll present a schedule for the day. What will we do? We'll be open from typically 10 to 5 or whatever the site opening hours are. And we'll fill the day with a program of various activities. I mean, this is where there's a historical element, there's the educational element, but we are also there to entertain and to draw in public to see the site, not just to see us. And it's typically the weekends we have are typically where the English heritage sites will meet some of their criteria for membership sign-ups. So the sites have a huge advantage of having us there.
And sticking with that idea of entertainment, I did some research at Tattershall Castle where I compared kind of how visitors understood the castle and what they took away from it when there was a reenactment and when there wasn't. And actually the idea of Tattershall as a status symbol was overwhelmingly more sort of absorbed and kind of appreciated by visitors when the reenactment was on. So I think sometimes we can, in all areas, be a little bit harsh on the fun side of medievalism. You know, games and, you know, the activity at Sutton Hoo with the, you know, creating the words and looking at it that way. There's a real positive, I think, to games, isn't there, and to making the medieval fun. But how far do we go? Whenever you're ready.
We still have to make sure that we stick to facts, right? We can't just make up stuff. We can't make it fantasy. Then it becomes something else than historical reenactment. It can still be fun and entertaining, but it is something else.
The other opinions on that?
If I may, I would like to add something to that point precisely. I mean, this feels a little bit weird without the screen. I kind of feel like the voice of God, but but yeah, I mean, of course, there's gotta be a type of relationship between fun and facts. That's definite. But I think that precisely is also the point is like, which facts can we address through games and which facts can we actually make fun? Because I think that's a big problem when we talk about the limitations of gaming. I think I mentioned it a little bit, but I mean, think about playing at the Holocaust, and that would be a fact. And you could explore potentially that through games, but that has a series of implications that just makes the remediation of history through gaming much more complicated than doing it through film or doing it through text, just through this fun fact.
Any opinions on that?
I think I was wondering what you mean by too far.
I think, oh, thanks. I think sometimes curatorially, and speaking kind of within heritage, there's a real kind of pressure where you know, we need to bring visitors and we need to get memberships, we need to be able to get income so that we can keep the buildings going. But, you know, certain kind of spheres are very quick to say Disneyfication and kind of jump on that. So it's, and I guess it's like you were talking about, Will, of, you know, there are certain points where we have to fill in the gap and use our own kind of, use additional resources to create more of an image and a better feeling about something. Does it ever become the point where we're just making it up for the sake of it? It's not that's just yeah. Rob's things happening.
There would always be a curatorial aim. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe speaking like specifically, something which I still worked really well at Sutton Hoo was that they worked with some artists who didn't make an artwork that was made with Sutton Hoo in mind, but the art was sort of brought to Sutton Hoo so people could experience there. So it's an artist duo called French and Wyeth, and they have a series called Afterlife, and it's basically an audio artwork, I guess, and you take it away and you go and lay down in the forest.
I heard about that. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
it's like a female voice talking you through, like, you've just died, and here's what's happening to your body. And it's like really intense and really visceral, and probably not for everyone.
Yeah.
And you know, not, you know, you could say it's completely fancy, but I guess it was like, it was meeting their specific aims to try and, yeah, they'd like done audience segmentation and decided we need to hit these kinds of people and we want them to have this kind of experience and it relates to the history in this way. So it's like, yeah, kind of, some people might say that it's completely too far removed, but I think you can justify it.
It's just a balance, isn't it? I think.
I think it's exactly that. I think it's about if you can, if you have a vision for what it is you want to achieve, and if you can if you can justify it to your peers and justify it to yourself and internally, then I think there is such a thing as too far, but the way that these things go, we always tend to be on the conservative. That kind of, in a way, a version of that is the happy heritage visit above the sad heritage visit, because we want people to come back, and so we want to tell a happy story. So we're confecting a past in a way. I had something else to add to that, but I've forgotten. But yeah.
Do I want to say the potentially career-ending thing? Yeah. No, it's fine. It's not like so obviously there are issues with Holocaust and other games. There are a number of games, a growing number of games, which do it respectfully, and some that actually do it pretty well. So Attentat 1945, I think, is probably most prominent here. There's a whole range of games which address the rise of Nazism, which have the Holocaust going on in the background. I think there's definitely a very firm line about things we really ought not to be showing in games or at all, because we're not monsters. With the Middle Ages, we've got a bit more free reign. So obviously, it's steering away from violence, because why would you concentrate on violence? I'm not too fussed about massive amounts of fantasy within any work. So I mentioned briefly fantasy RPGs, and these can be hugely influential about how people think about the period. People are chucking fireballs around, there are dragons flying everywhere, but yet they're still getting some ideas about fundamentals of the Middle Ages. So again, it's this, like we were saying, it's all about the point we're trying to get across here. And I suppose the fairly mundane version of this, so for Crusader Kings 2, it's a very complicated, very complex game, orders of society going down to effectively, counselling this kind of level of society. And I did a lot of the coding for Carolingian Europe. And most of that had to be completely fabricated, because we know who the kings are, we've got some fairly good idea about who important characters are. We had no idea which lands they occupy, which lands they controlled. So we made something that looked like it made sense, something that was going to be fun to play. May have got slightly carried away with some Easter eggs, but we don't need to talk about that. Fantasy is fine. I'm not too worried about the facts that games are putting across. It's the arguments that the mechanics are making. And I appreciate I'm living in a very different world there from heritage, where if you just make stuff up, you are in trouble. But yeah, sorry.
Two things to make. In a way, part of what struck me about your talk, Fran, was that in a way, early English literature crafts fantasy worlds, or it crafts other worlds, but no one would critique talking about Beowulf at Sutton Hoo. But it's fantasy. To put it on its head, you should never read the reviews of your work, but I was looking at TripAdvisor comments for Richmond Castle for the new interpretation, and someone had taken exception to my refreshing of the understanding of the Harrying of the North, which was a campaign by William the Conqueror to ostensibly subdue the north of England following a rebellion, but recent scholarship is quite clear that it was a very specific kind of campaign. It was not burning crops, it was chasing a couple of nobles around. This person took exception to that, saying that I was rewriting history. You know, it's a version of the woke argument, but in a way, I'm doing the job that I'm doing as a historian by connecting the dots, and it's not fanciful. If I was to speak to an 11th century English historian, this is my view of the Harrying of the North. What do you make of that? And I say, yes, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm not saying there are dragons there, but I am. It's a more rational version of it meets the requirements of my brief and of English heritage to tell familiar stories, but cast them and speak to the field, present my expertise. Someone won't like it, that's okay. Lots of their reviews are terrible anyway, so yeah.
You mentioned areas you wouldn't touch, giving examples from the Holocaust, but do you in the medieval studies look at the whole question of some of the tortures, hang drawing and quartering, and what about the witch craze?
Well, I can answer that from a reenactment point of view. We would not do that because, as we say, at the end of the day, it's a family show. There's stuff we just don't represent because we wouldn't get away with it. We wouldn't be asked to come back if we did.
Yeah.
But arguably at the same time, is it a question of what context those things need to be discussed in, because they are important parts of the period. So in fear of upsetting, I suppose, it's the worry of kind of occluding that aspect of the period as well. So I don't know what opinions are on where those features of the medieval are best discussed in a way that doesn't sensationalize it, but also, basically, sensationalize.
Yeah, yeah, it's tricky.
I mean, is it heritage that's done it? Is it because it's, I don't know, you can kind of present it in a way that's...
For me, so I can't answer your question directly for witch trials or torture, because from my limited experience with the sites that I've worked on, those are not necessarily things that I can deal with in that context, but dealing with uncomfortable issues that are historically attested, for example, the loss of children to plague or illness. Those are issues which are coming up because they are factors of medieval life, and we have good reason to think these are taking place at our site. I haven't found a way of dealing with it. That's something I'm literally in the process of trying to manage right now for Warkworth. All I can say is that I don't have an answer. I have to be sensitive. There would almost be a tendency to decide to remove it because it's a difficult message to tell. It's potentially a harmful and a traumatizing message to tell on a heritage site. People go to castles to have a nice time, as I've said. Will I then introduce trauma? I don't necessarily want to, but you know, I want to speak to the brief, and I want to try and tell an authentic vision of the past. It doesn't mean I want to traumatize and to present images of war wounds, for example, is another issue that we have to deal with, because we know that lots of people at Warkworth were probably injured because the Percys were adventurers. How do you talk about that story of physical disability from warfare that is such a common feature to medieval life that we know that's the case? It's difficult. At the moment, I'm kind of almost again falling back onto the creative writing process to include that into someone's story about themselves without necessarily telling the cold, legitimate voice from above of child mortality was very high. People suffered from injuries all the time. You know, that's, I don't know. The way that the best way I can feel I can address it is through the person and through the human voice, but I don't necessarily think that's the answer necessarily. Yeah.
Having that consultation with your communities to kind of see what stories they want to hear and what voices want to be heard.
Yeah,
it's a challenge, isn't it?
I think co-curation is an answer. Yeah, I think. I don't know if we're on the journey yet. I'm not sure that people dealing with places like castles are best placed to start that. But I do think that co-curation is part of it, because it's about telling that story, I suppose.
I think with games at least, so games are notoriously violent. There are all manners of games that deal with bloody dismemberment, burning of witches and so forth. I don't really like them very much. But this is one of the more effective ways I've seen this done is from the perspective of, the perspective of the victim. So not necessarily the victim of being hung, drawn and quartered, because that's but I'm trying to remember the name of it. I want to say it's Besieged, but I could be horrendously wrong here. But you play as a group of peasants enduring a medieval siege. A group of peasants enduring a medieval siege, and you're basically powerless. If enemy soldiers catch you, that's pretty much it. I don't. It's not a particularly brutal depiction of what happens in graphical terms, but the issues you have to deal with: the privation, starvation, disease, randomly being crushed by a falling boulder, although it doesn't tend. It's not that comically. So there are ways of doing this. I think removing the sensationalism. I don't want to see someone being separated from their arms and legs. But there are ways of addressing it, I think.
It kind of feels, sorry to jump back in again, it kind of feels like we don't want to be kind of voyeuristic in a way. We want to avoid being kind of that kind of cynical, cold view. One way that, well, in my experience, one way that people have explored those themes is through song, poetry, art, depiction. So maybe that is the vessel that we do it. Not as a sanitizing effort, not as a way to remove ourselves by a degree, but to be authentic to an expression of those themes. Maybe that's the answer.
Can I give you a comment as you're working for English Heritage at Barton-on-Humber, not that far away, the Saxon Church, because it ceased to be a church in the 70s, has been totally excavated to look at the burials, and it has an incredible range of evidence from osteoarchaeology of, you know, people, indication of both overcoming injuries, but how particular types of work, and of course infant mortality. Now, this is where I'm getting at you. The church has rarely been opened because of staffing situations, but they told me when I was there on Saturday that because they've got to close, it's the Thornton Grange for repairs, they're going to make more of St. Peter's. I think it would be very interesting if they would use that information and evidence much more. The displays are extremely interesting, and most of them were done about 25 or 30 years ago. I'm sure the evidence which is available could be made more widely accessible, because they can't be digging up churchyards all over the country, and they've got a sweep of burials over 1,000 years. So would you tell them?
Just to comment on that, I think that's a really, really good example of the right context. In that situation, I would go, absolutely, yes, you should be representing that because you've got the evidence right there. But it also means that people who are going there may be more acceptable, and they'll be expecting it. Yes. It becomes a problem when you present it that people aren't ready for it. Yeah. Are there any other questions from
there? Wasn't necessarily a question as such. I think more kind of just an observation for kind of debate and discourse. In terms of kind of things that are potentially a bit more macabre, or kind of issues that are potentially a bit more controversial, that aren't necessarily something that you put into your everyday interpretation, is there potentially scope to actually put that into parts of programming? I think touched on it, the idea being that actually people have kind of a pre-notion of what to expect from that event. So next month, for instance, we've got a paranormal investigation at Tuttle Castle. And it has kind of raised kind of questions this year. Is it something we want to do as a site? And actually, obviously, the people going to that they've got a preconception of actually what they're going to expect. So is there potentially scope to actually put kind of things like that into kind of maybe one-off programming as a way to potentially get around that?
Yes, yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think that's entirely right. That's the best medium to explore those themes. I think with kind of consent of people who visitors who come to or people who come to explore that past. I think that's absolutely right. It kind of speaks again to some issues around institutional agility and scope for individual-driven initiative to push those things forward. National Trust and English Heritage are improving on many fronts, but you know, you'll have seen from my presentation, there are workflows and stakeholders and so on and so forth. This doesn't necessarily facilitate that kind of behavior, but we have a creative program now, which doesn't speak to the themes that you were talking about, but it is about being a bit more responsive and playing with the idea of what happens at heritage sites, which I think is a good idea.
Your question about witches and then your comment about kind of where else this information can go has reminded me of a really great project called like Scottish Witches, which was all to do with sort of putting data about Scottish witches onto Wikidata and Wikipedia and then being able to map it. And so it's like, what other spaces can we put the information that we have, or our objects or our stories, and have those in places where people are Googling it and it's going to come up, because yeah, anything on Wikipedia or Wikidata is going to be really high up on the rankings. And it's like, so how else can we kind of present those stories in interesting ways? But I had a question for the people who are more in the real creation side of things, around how much there are rumblings or pushback against the very restrictive amount of words you can put on a label, especially, for instance, when you have a previous interpretation and then you have a new interpretation, and being able to avoid that kind of, oh, you're rewriting, if you can just have one more sentence, it's like, we used to think this, new evidence shows this. So how much kind of discussion is there about that?
Speaking for myself and my limited experience, this is where I have to defer to the experts in interpretation that I work with, because I am a subject specialist and I have a certain idea of the kinds of things that should be captured in the 70 words odd, but I inevitably place my trust in the what are called the interpretation managers, the interpretation officers, because I know where my expertise stops. In a way, it's been a process for me to kind of fully incorporate that in my role, but I think I have to acknowledge that sometimes I assume that people are going to be happy to read my 250 words, whereas experience and studies from heritage people in working museum and heritage studies will tell us how people dwell on sites and what they take in. But yeah, I try to push back, but it's not a fight I'm willing to go too far in, because I know when I'm not an expert in something in that respect. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure they've done studies on just how much people are willing to read, and being the audience for English heritage sites a lot of the time. When we go there, I would quite happily read your 250 words. My son won't, and I'm getting dragged away when I've gotten about 1/4 down. So yeah.
I think as well. So we're currently looking actually at kind of redoing a lot of our interpretation. There's a foundational interpretation project at the moment, which is super exciting, and it's got kind of set criteria of interpretation to provide in each historic property, and it's very prescriptive. It's like an introductory text is 500 words, no, not 550 words, no more than 5 lines. You know, it's really, really strict, but it is a trial, so it's very much about, well, let's just test it and see how it works. And one of the things, you know, you were talking about Richmond a lot, and it's different layers. So it is those interpretation panels, but then how can we kind of give all of us in this room, which will inevitably want very different things out of a heritage experience, how can we cater for a wide variety of audiences? So it's about kind of creating different layers, but just trialing it. It's very much something that is being looked into.
I think also word counts are very limiting, but the reconstruction of Richmond from the aerial perspective in the 11th century, that is, and my colleagues have told me that reconstructions are essays and articles in of themselves. I entirely agree, because everything about that image, it's painterly in its quality, so the lines are not all straight, but everything about the shapes of windows, the kinds of wagons, the clothing, the state of the forest behind the castle, the time of day, where the shadows are cast, the shape of the ditches and of the fences. I have briefed every single detail of that reconstruction, and that applies to every single kind of reconstruction that we work on. That's 4,000 words of text, but a visitor is absorbing that. Now they're not getting didactic message of a heritage panel in 70 words, but they are consuming a vision of the medieval past, which is quite rich. An extension of that is the layering for the interpretation of Richmond, for example. The first panel I showed, where people are invited to play with the past, to take part in those vignettes, it's inhabiting a set of medieval facts without you realizing it. And you know, a more playful version of that at Richmond is the costume of the bear ward, or of the bear, which is, you put on a big furry helmet, which is a bear's head. You know, okay, it's fun, it's kind of silly, and it's really, it's for kids, and it's a photo opportunity, but it's an extension of the different ways in which we think about sharing that past. Yeah, that's all.
If I can very briefly interject, I just wanted to say my farewell, because I have to go out and run some errands here in Colombia. I wanted to thank John and Andrew at the University of Lincoln for allowing me to participate in this panel, and I hope to be able to meet you all in person very soon.
Thank you very much, mate. I was just going to make a very quick comment, if I can, about that, with the interpretation panels as well, and the role of the spoken word in that as well, in terms of how you can maybe hold attention more with the dialogue than reading. I don't know how your experience of that, like, you know, how if you have a dialogue with someone, you can, again, it's that kind of co-authorship, you are discussing it rather than being presented with it in writing.
It's a lot easier when you do it in person, because you constantly gauge whether you've lost the audience. So do the eyes glaze over and they really just want to be on to the next tent, or are they completely captivated by what you're talking? If they're really interested, you can then start going deeper and deeper into the subject. So yeah, it's a lot easier when you're doing it in person and just talking, but it does require quite a deep understanding of the subject all of a sudden. And I've had conversations that are like, well, it's 30 seconds and that's it. And then you've got the ones that go on for 15 minutes. And then I've had some where I've ended so deep, well, had to go, at the end I had to say, well, I don't know anymore. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Talking to people is a far more efficient way of expressing and being able to answer questions, because it speaks to their interests. Members putting the heritage can take part in guided tours of properties by people like me, and that's where we can indulge our navel-gazing interest in the shapes of windows and doors and the transitions of buildings and spaces. You could talk for 2 or 3 hours, and sometimes there are glazed over eyes, and that's fair enough. You know, you can respond to that, but there is also, in a way, that co-curation, because there is local knowledge or an understanding. For example, I'm from the south of England, but in the north of England, certain words are in kind of common circulation that you just take as part of your understanding of the site without interrogating them. And people coming to a site tour will tell you, well, that means that. Or, you know, or my grandmother used this kind of fireplace to cook on, and I would see that as a medieval feature, whereas it's a long-lived feature. You get that there is a whole dialogue that can take place. I absolutely love our members and the enthusiasm they bring to sites. It's a really efficient way of also sharpening your own thinking, actually, of your own presentation skills and your own rationale, because you've got a very critical constituency which is interested in what you're doing, but won't take it for granted that what you're saying is true. And so they'll poke holes in what you say. I think it must be the same for reenactment.
Any other points on that?
I have that privilege.
I suppose just following on again, I'm not the heritage one, so just following on from this, it's really interesting the way that I think all of you are combining different methods to get your points across, and they're very different from the sorts of things I've been using. Well, in some respects, they're very different from the sorts of things I've been using in games. It's something that has completely passed me by. This is exactly what I've been doing, just using different methods. So you're going to get your point across with the audio-visual environment, with these blocks of text stowed away for people to go and read in more depth through the game mechanics. And yeah, no, thank you. This is really useful. Cheers.
On that note, unless there's any other further points that people would like to make, questions? Well, first off, a massive thank you again to all our keynotes again. For a round of applause. Thank you all as well for coming. It's hopefully been informative and enjoyable, and I know I certainly enjoyed it. I don't know if you have any points to say, Lindsay.
We're going to do some selfish promotion. So after the symposium, we're hoping to launch an online journal of the same name through the Open Library of the Humanities. So keep an eye out for that, and we're looking for contributions.
And also, just quickly, like to thank the doctoral school for providing the funding for today. Just quickly get that in there. But yes, thank you again, and I hope you enjoyed it. So thank you.
Sorry, I dislike being that guy, but I can't let this go without saying, so anyone who's put an event like this together knows how much incredible hard work goes into it. So thanks to all our speakers, but particularly thank you so much to John and Lindsay. They have done a wonderful job.
I think we'll go to the pub now. Maybe car parks?